ladies and gentlemen. It's a bright, beautiful morning, so I would like to see some smiling faces in the room. It's a new day for us, and it's good to see each one of you face to face, so another reason to have a smile on the faces. Once again, a very, very good morning to all of you present here and welcome you all to ASTC Annual Conclave. My name is Ushma Tyagi and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be hosting and presenting today's Conclave to you. That is a very, very auspicious event for us. Thank you all for being a part of this celebration with us to make this day a very successful and a memory to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Indian auto industry, the country's apex manufacturing industry, is a truly marvel in the world of mechanization. It has been instrumental in taking India to the world of manufacturing. With constant innovation and new technology introduction, the Indian auto industry is garnering respect from every corner of the world. While the automakers and auto component manufacturers play the crucial role in earning that respect, there is a vast ecosystem that works like a well-oiled machine at the background. Automotive Skills Development Council, or ASDC, is an integral part of that ecosystem. Like the component and technology supply chain, auto industry requires a smooth supply line for its workforce. ASDC has been working tirelessly to provide a skilled, well-trained workforce to the industry stakeholders, be it in auto industry shop floor or the dealerships, or be it the component manufacturer hubs or the service workshops. ASDC has been training a large number of youth every year who can be the future of the Indian auto industry ecosystem. ASDC not only focuses on technical training but also on developing soft skills for the future workforce of the Indian auto industry. As the new technologies are making their way into the industry, the focus lies on the youth. This is why this year we have chosen the theme of youthfulness for our annual conclave for this year 2022. The theme is Kushal Yuva Samriddh Bharat. Indian government has taken the pledge to make the country self-reliant through its ambitious Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign. Today we have gathered here to celebrate ASDC's effort to make that pledge successful. Also, we will learn how ASDC aims to charter its path for tomorrow. ASDC wishes a very warm welcome to all of you, to all the dignitaries and the guests present here today. Thank you so much. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. Because of them, this day could not have been possible. Thank you to our title sponsor, Castrol India Limited, our platinum sponsors, Ascensive Educare Limited, Learned Skills Limited, Yuva Shakti Foundation, and Distill Education and Technology Private Limited. I would also like to thank our gold partners, Exalta Coatings, KCG Institute of Technology, Royal Enfield, and Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, and TCS Ion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin this day on a very auspicious note by the lamp lighting ceremony. And for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Agarwal, President ASDC. Sir, please come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. May I please invite Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO ASDC, and specially I would like to thank and invite our guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Baniwal, IPS Special Commissioner of Delhi Police, and Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, Director, Development Partnership Administration, Ministry of External Affairs. Can we all please give them a big round of applause? Thank you for joining us today.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः तापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां
Once again, gentlemen, we thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your time. And now I would request Shri Sanjay Baniwal. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. It's a very, very special honor for us. May I request Mr. Vinod Agarwal, President ASDC, to felicitate and formally welcome Shri Sanjay Baniwal ji. I now request Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC, to kindly felicitate and formally welcome Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya ji. Thank you for joining us today, sir. May I now request Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO ASDC, to felicitate and welcome Mr. Vinod Agarwal, President ASDC. Also requesting Arindam sir to kindly felicitate and formally welcome Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC. Once again, we thank you all for your presence here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we formally open the forum, and to address the audience, I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC, who is the immediate past President of Federation of Automobile Dealership Association. He is also the Chairman of Academy and Research Wing of FADA and partner United Automobiles. He has been actively associated with Apex Dealership governing body for more than 13 years. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vinkesh Gulati.
Can I? Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this August event today, the annual conclave of Automotive Skill Development Council. We have really missed you all for the past, 2 years? Yeah, so we missed you all for the past 2 years, but I am happy enough with the work of Arindam ji and the team. We had been interacting with you virtually, so I don't think we missed the learnings, whatever have gone through past 2 years, but yes, the networking, the physical effect, what we enjoy in these events were lost. But happy to see now, post-COVID, we are all normal. So, welcome you all. I welcome Shri Baniwal ji. Thank you, sir. I know Delhi Police is a big job, and taking out time to come out and give us your perspective about all this will be really a big learner for us. Thank you for coming over, sir. Arindam ji, not Arindam Lahiri ji, Mr. Bhatt. So, the Director MEA, I am thankful to you also, sir. Frankly, when we were discussing with Mr. Baniwal, what you want to hear from us, so both of you, we just wanted to see the same thing from a different perspective. So we normally interact with each other and talk about auto, talk about skilling, and normally that skilling is manufacturing, auto, technician, sales and all those things. So we now expect some new vision to come from today's August gathering and expect, no doubt, maybe I have put a lot of hope from you, but I'm sure after this inaugural session, people will really be happy and take home a great learning from you. So just a small briefing on today's event and how ASDC or Indian automotive industry is. So we have recently seen that India has now become the fifth biggest country as per the economic thing, and auto we have now fourth, which is a big thing. We had always been the number one in two-wheeler industry. Now in car industry also, or automotive overall also, now is we are fourth. So, and very frankly, I can term it as COVID initiated it, or I can term the way the government is trying to shift because of efficiency, pollution. We are as of today at a point of disruption, or I can say that we have already entered the disruption and now we are going through it, and this is basically forcing us, or not forcing us, but motivating us to look towards our skilling, which means reskilling, upskilling or unskilling, whatever you can say, because like I normally say, if I remember when I was born, there were mechanical engineers needed in the auto industry, and 20 years later we saw automobile engineers coming in, and today all the auto companies are hiring computer engineers, IT engineers and all. So things have changed in last 20, 30, 40 years, and that is the need of the hour from our side also, and from the students or whosoever aspire to join the auto industry. The kind of changes in the emission norms, safety norms and other upgradation as per the customer's requirement, we are in a very fast lane of changing of auto industry, and at ASDC we are trying and somewhat successful in changing our course curriculum. The training partners are supporting us in taking this further, and by today's day end we expect that we all learn something new to take further how the coming years will go ahead. ASDC has already facilitated training for around 60,000 employees to make them skilled and empowered in the automotive sector in the financial year 2022. And they have majorly joined various OEMs, component suppliers, and as well as vehicle dealerships under the NAPS program. I feel everybody knows about it. And also I want to update you, you must all be aware of, ASDC is a body which has been initiated by government, and there are three more major component involved, which is the SIAM, the manufacturing body, the component manufacturers body, which is ACMA, and FADA, which is the dealers body. So basically ASDC covers starting from how the vehicle is manufactured, how components are manufactured to complete the vehicle manufacturing, to the end of selling of vehicle and then even repairing of vehicle. So full life is covered through ASDC's works. And during the past 1 year, we have skilled around 30,000 candidates on new technologies related to BS6 adoption. And there are a lot of things. We have just launched a new course on changes in emission norms and what we hear about RDE, CAFE, BS6-2 or OABD2 and all those things. For the first time, we are also initiating a convocation of the certified candidates. This is in line with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making vocational training aspirational and mainstreaming it through wider recognition of certified candidates. And overall, ASDC is hoping to become a big force in the coming skilling focus from the current government and Prime Minister, sir. And I am hopeful everybody present here supports ASDC and gets benefited with this foray what we are in. So thank you again, welcome to the day, and hopefully we'll go back today with enriched knowledge and some more ideas to implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful opening address. And now, for the next address, I would like to invite our President ASDC, Mr. Vinod Agarwal, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles Limited, a joint venture between Eicher Motors and AB Volvo. He is also the non-executive member of the Board of Directors of Eicher Motors Limited, with more than 41 years of experience in the automotive industry. He is currently the President of Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers and President of Automotive Skills Development Council, inviting Mr. Vinod Agarwal to dais for his welcome speech.
Thank you. Shri Sanjay Baniwal ji, Special Commissioner of Delhi Police. Arindam Bhattacharya ji, Director DPA, Ministry of External Affairs. Binkesh Gulati, past President of Federation of Auto Dealers Association, and Arindam Lahiri, CEO of ASDC, and of course Dr. Kalsi, who was to be present but he couldn't, but we will have his address here, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the personalities present here today. Very, very warm welcome to all of you. It's a great pleasure to meet in physical format after a gap of 2 years. During Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, in our 75th year of independence, the Indian economy became the world's 5th largest economy, and it has shown great resilience to overcome the disruptions caused by COVID pandemic. We now see a broad-based economic recovery in all sectors. While recession fears grip the world's major economies, India is a rare island of hope, growing at a healthy 7 to 8% in our GDP. Most experts forecast that India will be the world's 3rd largest economy by the year 2030. The Indian automobile industry is a strong pillar contributing to India's economic success. Today, India is world's 2nd largest two-wheelers, 1st largest tractors, 7th largest commercial vehicles, and 4th largest passenger cars. We can expect our standing to only improve as more Indians fulfill their aspirations to own a car or two-wheeler and demand modern trucks and buses in the coming decade. The Indian automobile industry, much like the rest of the global automobile manufacturing sector, is going through an exciting transformation driven by the need to minimize impact of manufacturing and operations of vehicles on the climate change through the adoption of modern manufacturing practices, increased focus on electric and alternate fuels, improve vehicle and traffic safety, and implement connected vehicle technologies. In the last decade, we have already seen sophisticated electronics used in vehicles to address the stringent BS6 emission standards and vehicle safety regulations. The Government of India is driving and facilitating the transition through Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat schemes, production linked incentive schemes, FAME programs, to name a few. Recently released scrappage policy, which aims to phase out old, unsafe, polluting vehicles, and the grand challenge by CESL to introduce over 5,000 electric buses in many cities will lend further impetus to this transition. While the transition will generate many new highly paying jobs in the automotive sector, it will also place tremendous demand on skilling, upskilling, and reskilling of the existing workforce to take on the challenge of developing, manufacturing, selling, and servicing these advanced products. Technologies for electric vehicles, other alternate fuels, artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, and virtual reality, and many more complex systems will get added to the automotive sector going forward. In keeping with this, Automotive Skills Development Council, a leading sector skills council under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, has focused on updating its qualification packs and curriculum to reflect these changes. With constant guidance and support from our regulator, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, ASDC has been able to come up with more than 100 revised and new qualification packs over the past 12 months. These are now being taken up by our wide network of training partners, including focused training on future skills for the automotive industry. ASTC has taken significant steps in offering digital learning for some of the key technologies and job roles through its learning management systems hosted at ASDC website. The industry has greatly supported in sharing some curated content through this platform, including programs for hybrid electric vehicles, BS6 technologies from OEMs like Toyota Kirloskar Motors or VE commercial vehicles. One of the strongest pillars of any training ecosystem are the trainers. ASDC has placed a significant focus on capacity building of trainers, including exposure to the real industry. This is expected to have a cascading effect on the quality of training, and I welcome the support of the ministry and our international partners in making this happen. Corporate social responsibility is evolving as a significant contributor in supplementing the efforts of the government in skill development initiatives. We are thankful to various CSR partners who have entrusted ASDC to implement and impact through various skill development initiatives. In fact, a key contribution to this has been in the form of upskilling of independent market mechanics for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, and commercial vehicles. I urge more organizations to consider ASDC as a preferred CSR implementation partner. The auto dealership network employs a large number of skilled manpower in sales, service, and spares. ASDC is now working closely with several OEM partners to meet its requirements of skilled manpower in the dealership network through dedicated skilled training programs. At the same time, the skilled manufacturing manpower demand in competent supplier organizations are being supported through the National Apprenticeship Promotion Schemes. ASTC, by its various advanced and innovative initiatives taken on its own and through collaborations with automobile manufacturers and other industry stakeholders, has been empowering the Indian automobile industry by supplying the future workforce that is well trained and ready to meet the upcoming transitions. I commend the work done in the past by ASTC to fulfill its responsibility towards the Indian auto industry. I am also sure that ASDC will continue to work relentlessly to strengthen the Indian automobile industry and the country's youth, who are future of our workforce and the economy at large. Through this, we will translate India's demographic dividend, our large pool of young people, into a true economic powerhouse. This is in sync with the theme of today's conclave, Kushal Yuva Samradh Bharat. Thank you and wishing all the participants for a fruitful engagement during the day-long engagements at ASDC Annual Conclave 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin with our convocation ceremony of ASTC certified candidates. To join the dignitaries on stage, may I please invite Ms. Deepshikha Malik, Head HRD and Diversity and Inclusion, Hero Motorcorp Limited, Gurgaon. I would request the dignitaries to kindly rise up for the convocation ceremony. First up, inviting on stage the trainees to be facilitated by Indian Institute of Skill Development, Pradeep Kumar. Up next, we have Sahab Singh Jatav. May I now invite Sunil Kumar Berwa from Indian Institute of Skill Development. And now from Hero Motorcorp Gurgaon Gurukul Training Center, we have Hari Pal. Up next, inviting on stage Mahesh. Inviting on stage now Tarun from Hero Motorcorp Gurgaon Gurukul Training Center. Can we all please have a round of applause for all of these candidates? They've worked really hard. And now I request all the certified candidates to kindly come on stage for a group photograph. All 36 of you, all of you can come together on the stage along with your certificates for a group photograph. अरे इतना स्ट्रेट फेस क्यों है और थोड़ा स्माइलिंग फेसेस. एक बार इन सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं for all the hard work that they have put in together and reach this platform. I request all the candidates to kindly go back and take your seats, please. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Thank you, Ms. Deepshikha. And now I would like to call on dais Mr. Vikram Gulati, Country Head and Executive Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Governance, TKM, for the felicitation of World Skills Medalists. I would also like to invite Mr. Narendra Kukrati. Now, this is the felicitation of World Skill Medalist for prototype of modeling skill to be used during the convocation. The competitor is Mr. Likith Kumar and chief expert is Mr. Bhaskar Singh B. Mr. Likith Kumar has represented India in World Skills Competition 2022 Special Edition, which was held in Bern, Switzerland, and he is the bronze medalist. Chief expert Mr. Bhaskar Singh B supported him in training for this benchmarking performance. Special thanks to Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited for supporting us in India Skills and World Skills Competition and Training. Congratulations, Mr. Likith Kumar, and thank you, Mr. Bhaskar Singh B. Congratulations to you once again. Thank you for representing India on such a platform. Thank you, Mr. Gulati, for joining us. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a few addresses by our guest of honor. So first up, we'll start with Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, who is a retired IAS and the chairperson of National Council for Vocational Education and Training, MSDE, Government of India, the skilling regulator since April 2021. He has great passion and rich experience in policy making, planning, and implementation of technical or vocational education and skilling. We have a video message from Dr. Kalsi. Let's have a look at that.
I would like to congratulate the Automotive Skill Development Council for organizing their annual conclave 2022 in physical format on 23rd September 2022. Now, this conclave, as I understand, is a very significant platform for exchange of knowledge and ideas in the auto sector. I also understand the stalwarts of the industry and OEMs, they would be getting together for exchange of ideas, and this provides an opportunity to all of them to absorb and discuss emerging trends. My best wishes to ASDC for successfully organizing the conference. Now, partners who are working in the automotive industry, like technology experts, manufacturers, dealers, vendors, service providers, insurance providers, and other stakeholders, all of them, they are doing very good work. My best wishes also to the training partners who have been associated with the ASDC for upskilling, reskilling their technician and workforce, and to understand the present and the future requirement of automotive industry and keep the skilling aligned with that requirement. Now, ASDC is a recognized awarding body of NCVET, and they have been doing fabulous work. They have number of latest qualifications which are National Skill Qualification Framework aligned and approved, and they are one of the leading sectors who have brought the futuristic skills and got them approved by NCVET. Now I would like to share that NCVET is working on a number of future skills and skills in the emerging technology areas. Also, we have come up with policies on micro-credentials and NOS-based qualifications. And here again, the Automotive Sector Skill Development Council is working very well, and they are coming up with such qualifications in these areas. Now, automotive sector is extremely important because they have one of the highest share in the manufacturing sector of the nation. And the amalgamation of skills and technology in this sector is extremely important for the growth of the sector. Now, if I may mention a few of the emerging technology areas where we are working along with the ESDC. So, I would like to mention artificial intelligence for predictive maintenance, big data analytics in the automotive sector, self-driven vehicles, interconnected mobility, robotics and manufacturing, electric vehicles and aligned technologies, and then 3D printing, also the AR, VR and XR in the auto industry. So all these sectors, all these areas, Automotive Sector Skill Council is working very well. My best wishes to ESDC on continuous and diligent efforts of skilling the workforce in the existing and the emerging technology areas in the automotive sector. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We'd like to thank Dr. Kalsi for his address. We are pleased to be joined today by Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, who is a 2004 batch officer in the Indian Foreign Service. He is currently handling the Development Partnership Administration desk in MEA, focusing on ITEC scheme, capacity building, IT skilling and cultural and heritage projects. His previous assignments in the ministry include the Policy Planning and Research, Energy Security, Public Diplomacy, and Desk Officer for the UK and Europe. Outside the ministry, he has served in the government of Uttar Pradesh for 7 years, handling medical education, Ayush, and World Bank projects. His professional specialization is in Chinese language, and educational qualifications include a degree in medicine and postgrad diplomas in international law. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya.
Commissioner, sir, and all the esteemed dignitaries from ASDC as well as members of the audience. It gives me a lot of excitement and a lot of happiness to be able to address after a long time a physical gathering. And I'll try to keep myself brief and relevant. Firstly, I would like to address the fresh graduates, the people who have participated in the convocation today. आप सब लोग भारत के भविष्य हैं. Is it better now? आप सब लोग भारत के भविष्य हैं और हमें आप पर गर्व है. One of the first things that one of the first things that I had discussed with ASDC in my during the course of my professional discussions with ASDC was with CEO ASDC was the fact that was the theme of aspirational, to make skills and skill jobs aspirational. And this is something which is personally very close to me as a topic, and I'm so happy that ASDC for its annual conclave has kept the convocation of the young pass outs as the first item. And I hope the industry and the rest of the society, we all take a note of that and work towards making the whole skill system aspirational. Secondly, I'd like to talk to the industry partners. The automotive industry, as has been pointed out by Chairperson NCVET, is a very important part of not only India's economy but also India's manpower. The bench strength that we have in terms of skills. Today we are at the cusp of what can arguably be said as some of the best times for India. We have completed 75 years of our independence, and as we march towards the future, we will be gradually climbing up not only the various the steps of the Indian the global economy ranking, but we'll also be able to show to the world the intrinsic strengths of the society that we have, the culture that we have, the workforce that we have. And I am very sure that the kind of work culture that we have, the kind of ecosystem that we have built, we will be able to throw up very good homegrown brands, especially in skilling in the automotive sector. And you guys are doing a great job. It makes it very easy for us abroad as professional diplomats when we talk about the Indian automotive sector. So I personally wish to extend my appreciation for you people on this platform. And now to ASDC as well as the skilling partners. I think one of the asks that CEO ASDC gave me was, I should bring a different perspective to the annual conclave. So my perspective is from the point of view of international cooperation. So my current assignment looks at providing capacity building and training opportunities for foreign nationals in India, and we run a scheme which brings in about 10,000 people every year into various training institutes in the country. Skilling has been an important aspect of that. We have been essentially focusing on entrepreneurship and soft skills and IT skills. This has been our traditional focus. But now we are actually making a pivotal shift towards what we call TVET, technical and vocational education, which makes more sense for countries in the African jurisdiction, in Latin America and in Southeast Asia. So when we talk about skilling in the international domain, we would like to approach it broadly on 3 different verticals. Most of you are already interested and are working in the first 2 verticals, which is people mobility as well as services exports. So skilling works very well with the private initiative in these 2, but I believe government has a role when it comes to the 3rd vertical, which is capacity building, not in terms of the individual trainee, but capacity building of the country's ecosystem. So there are most of the countries in the global south, they are at various stages of their economic development, and they do not have the good fortune of being at the same stage of policy development that we are in. So we are now in the past 5 years, the skilling ecosystem in the country has really matured with the establishment of 37 sector skill councils, a regulatory framework which is putting in place the NSQFs and things like that. These are lessons which can be learnt and replicated to great benefit in countries which are slightly behind us. And we have seen serious expressions of interest from our developing country partners from Africa, from Latin America, And I'm happy to say that my engagement with ASDC started with this with this context, and I hope to take it forward in the days and months to come. So I would look forward to partnering with ASDC and also some of the industry partners that are here. Please feel free to get in touch with me. Currently, we are in the consultation phase where we are trying to understand what are the best products that we can take up for offering abroad. So, so that is to ASDC. And to wind up, I would also like to, take on record the skills of all the photographers who have, they have displayed their own skills in making us smile and, getting a good picture. And I think that's a very, very powerful example of how skill upgradation and having pride in one's job brings a certain value to the product and happiness to everybody concerned. So that's about it. That's all I have to say. I hope you found it of some use. I definitely found it of, I am finding this a great experience. Commissioner sir is a great person. I'm meeting him for the first time, but he has been passing such wonderful remarks. I'm actually making mental notes, and I'll try to get back in touch with him sometime, sir, if you permit. And finally, I would like to say there is no conflict of interest. Though the CEO, ASDC, and I share a common name, there is absolutely no conflict of interest. We have been working professionally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to be joined today by Shri Sanjay Beniwal ji, who is IPS 1989, who joined Indian Police Service on 21st of August 1989. Before joining as IPS, Shri Sanjay Beniwal also remained an officer of Indian Forest Service, who has done his M.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Delhi. Shri Beniwal IPS started his career in Delhi Police as ACP Gandhinagar and remained posted in different places all over India throughout his career. Presently, he is holding the charge of Special Commissioner of Police Perception Management and Media Cell, Delhi Police, with additional charge of Special Commissioner of Technology and Project Implementation. In addition to some major achievements in his career, Shri Sanjay Beniwal IPS also been awarded with President Police Medal for Meritorious Service on Independence Day in 2006 and President Police Medal for Distinguished Service on Republic Day 2013, amongst many others. We would like to invite him to the podium. Shri Sanjay Beniwal ji, thank you for joining us. We would like to hear a few words from you.
यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों को मेरा बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। ख़ास तौर पे मैं आभारी हूँ श्री विनोद अग्रवाल जी का, अरिंदम लहरी जी का एंड मिस्टर गुलाटी जी का कि उन्होंने मुझे ये यहाँ बुलाकर मेरा मान सम्मान भी बढ़ाया है और मुझे यहाँ आपसे रूबरू होने का एक अवसर भी प्रदान किया है। It was really a pleasure meeting my colleague Arindam Bhattacharya ji, and it was really nice hearing you what you say. And thank you for such a lovely introduction about me. मैं यहाँ आने से पहले मुझे बड़ा विचित्र लग रहा था कि आप सब लोग ये सोच रहे होंगे why me, मेरे को क्यों, why the hell me, और मैं भी सोच रहा था कि मैं यहाँ क्या करूँगा आके. I am not used to as a somme crowd. Normally I handle people who are very agitated, गुस्से में होते हैं, जनरली धूप और सड़क पर होते हैं, और जिस दिन मेरा अच्छा दिन होता है मुझे सिर्फ गालियाँ फेंकते हैं, वरना पत्थर से भी काम चल जाता है. It was it's a wow, it's a very different experience for me also. But still, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to bring about why you really need to think differently about me, about my department, and about our work. When I was a small child, सर आप भी पिक्चर देखते थे, तब उसमें जब पुलिस वाला गांव में आता था तो गांव खाली हो जाते थे. The village will run away, everyone, because they were scared. And when they were called to the police station, out of fear, they'll divulge everything. But Vinod ji, ना तो वो लोग रहे, ना वो सोसाइटी रही, and trust me, ऐसी पुलिस फोर्स भी नहीं रही अब. But I carry the same impression. Okay, I'm still that lathi wielding, insensitive, what is it? You call us mamutu. I mean, generally the impression given is we are fools. Trust me, truth is far from it. We have all kind of professionals among us, from constabulary to the top man. The current commissioner is also an engineer. I am an engineer. There are a lot of doctors who are qualified. There are a lot of PhD holders in my constabulary. And we are as human as you are. So I thought I'll bring out the human side of the police force today. When you see a cop wearing a uniform, the first impression is, cut lijiye, let's get away. Because you associate us with something which is called as raw power. I don't blame you. That's the first impression that comes across to anyone. But that man whom you fear has served 18 hours for the last 30 years without a break. I don't remember. I really don't remember when I have actually watched a movie. I don't remember which movie I watched last with my wife, or a constable. And when he is fighting those rowdy crowds, he's still working out in his mind when I can get 1 hour break to visit the PTA of my child in his school, or take my mother to the hospital. You know, we are that hard pressed for time. So we are as human and suffer from all the anxieties that you do. So have a heart for us for a change. So why I came here? I came here because we have changed. We are no more the old police which used to sit back passively and wait for a crime to happen, then probably react. We are no more that. We can't afford to be like that. What happens now is there's a time people don't. Why should the youth and the juveniles don't listen to their parents? So why or not would they listen to us? So I had to reinvent, redesign my interaction with not society as in block, but the niche groups. So I had to evolve to have a different strategy to deal with youth, to deal with oldie goldies like me, to deal with women separately, to deal with senior citizens separately. I have to devise my strategies separately, and that's why I'm here today. When we were encountering, when we had a lot of rioting in Delhi to deal with, we used to go to a number of poor households. And that's where we saw the misery and the anxiety of what will happen tomorrow. And those anxieties are something that we had to deal with. We had to devise a scheme wherein these fears are inherently catered for. And that's when I wrote the program Yuva. I'm so proud today it has come to this stage where I'm talking about it. Even our Honorable Prime Minister has spoken about it in Man Ki Baat. So it was a program which was primarily designed to make people listen to a police inspector in his police station. We tied up with Skill Ministry, we tied up with NSDC. We will provide a space in the police station. The NSDC and Skill Ministry was to provide the training partners who will bring in the training material and the trainers. We will provide you the trainees, and the trainees will be those who are on the marginal areas of the society. Juvenile delinquents, first-time offenders, victims of crime, school dropouts, and people in dire straits. Trust me, a child of a rag picker is likely to be victimized with a crime or likely to become a criminal in retaliation. The probability is far higher than probably in the affluent societies. So we got to engage them to provide them hope to the hopeless. So it was a program written, Now Umeed se Umeedi ki Or. So these kids from a police station area were recruited, brought to the police station, trained by the skill ministry and the NSDC, and then they were given a job. In the Yuva 1, before pandemic, we trained about 13,000 odd youth. They were about 18, 20, the dangerous age. And they were then, out of which about 8,000 got the job. I'm here because of a guy called Rahul, who was incarcerated in a jail for a rape case. I had to get special permission for him to appear in the training and then appear in the recruitment mela, as we call it. He got a job, and today he is no more a threat to the society because he is a star chef in one of the chains of the hotels. So for me, thank you for appreciating it. That justifies my being who am I today. When I was training young girls in how to protect themselves from a dangerous situations, maybe domestic violence or some kind of a unpleasant experience in buses, I think ladies would agree with me. When I was closing one of the camps, 3 girls, 8, 9 student petit, they came and said, "Uncle, we want to talk to you." I said, "Fine, girl." He said, "Uncle, we come from about 2 kilometers away from the school and we have to cross a bridge over to reach the school. We have to walk." Poor girls. And they said there was a guy who used to tease us. So one day when we were getting trained, we teach them self-confidence there. And she said, "Why are you teasing us?" He says, "You are bound to be teased. That's the attitude, quote unquote, the male attitude. Please teach your sons and others to hold their hands and their tongues to themselves. That's not an acceptable behavior anymore." She said, "We got scared." "Yes, you should." She says, "We got scared and then we remembered you have taught us how to take care of such bullies." And that gave them the confidence. They gave them a good pachadi. He fell down and said, "Uncle, हमने उसको ना इससे उसकी पीठ पे मारा." Hit them like this. And after that, the guy was आगे आगे भाग रहा था, पीछे पीछे हम. Now my point here is, those 3 girls are done for life. They'll never be subjected to any kind of harassment in their life. They are empowered. So I'm exhorting all of you, I'm calling upon all of you to empower the youth of today, the builders of our nations for tomorrow, to use their energies into something constructive. Trust me, these youths actually have no clue what to do with their time. So when you call them over in the police station, when you train them, when you speak to them after classes, how to say no to drugs, how to hold your hands to yourself when you feel like hitting someone, how to have a decent social behavior, why you should follow traffic norms, trust me. And when they reply on phone or their microphone, something changes in the personality. I've seen that happening. A girl who walks out of house and counts her blessings, the number of people who pass comments on her in the day, and after skilling, if she is able to walk with her head high, I think I'm justified in doing what I'm doing. I think I'm happy to be an Indian, I'm happy to be a cop, and I'm happy to be doing what I'm doing. It's a matter of great pride that when we gave the Yuva as a concept and as a first time social impact issue, it was the first thing which probably was introduced on a global scale by any police force, which was done by Delhi police. We do set examples for others to follow. And it's being now followed as a norm in at least 10 to 12 states that I know of. What I'm asking you here is, auto industry is on the brink of an explosion, of a brink of a bringing in new technology. Here is a part wherein you people can help Delhi police in this Yuva endeavor in a big way. We are now looking at the entrepreneur part. I would like the Yuva trainees which trained at the police station to be encouraged to have their own entrepreneurial skills and have their own small businesses which we can fund probably to earn a decent livelihood. We have already tied up, I'm proud to say, sir, with your ASDC. They will be training out of 10,000 at least 780 young youth Yuva for driver training. And I'm calling upon you to have a change of your heart, have a change of your look, tell your HR people to kindly recruit them, and that's how you can help us. Give them the employment, give them a matter of pride that in today's India, if you work a little harder, many doors open for you to earn a decent livelihood rather than cutting corners and going into criminal way. By doing this, sir, you will be doing a great service to this momentum which we have begun, which has gathered lot of steam. This time Vedanta is funding about 1,000 trainees, and World Bank is funding us about 10,000 trainees, out of which four-wheeler and two-wheeler driving is going to be a major part of the training process. So in the next 1 year, I'll be really after the life of Mr. Lahiri. You are a troubled man, because I expect, I request that please help these people, these trainees, to get a gainful employment and let them stand on their own 2 feet. Let there be many more Rahuls who are proud of their achievements because of what they have worked hard for. With this, thank you once again for hearing me, giving me a patient hearing and calling me over. Have a great day. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those very inspiring words. Thank you so much. Now that we already have the dignitaries and guests of honor on stage, may I please request Mr. Saharsh Thamani, CEO, FADA and GC member ASDC, to kindly join us on stage for the unveiling of ASDC Annual Report 2022. And now, yes, we have one more unveiling to be done. And for that, I would request Mr. Debabrata Ghosh to kindly join us on stage, who is a partner in education and skill development practice at KPMG in India. He has nearly 20 years of experience in social sector and PPP advisory space. Here we are all set to unveil the white paper by KPMG. Amongst you all, the white paper by KPMG. Congratulations to all of you for the unveiling of both the reports. And up next, we have a presentation by Mr. Debra Pratal Ghosh, partner KPMG, to tell us more about white paper.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank ASDC for partnering with KPMG to publish this report and inviting me to present this. And I would like to start a brief presentation on the paper that we have published. The paper, you will somehow find that some of the points mentioned by Mr. Agarwal are kind of re-emphasized. But anyway, I would like to take you through the paper. It has the presentation is on 3-4 aspects. We have presented what is the Indian automobile sector currently looking like in a short glance. What are the key factors that are driving the change in the automotive sector? And then as recently we have seen the alternate fuels for automobiles are gaining momentum. So I'll have a short summary of that. Then most importantly and most relevant to the conclave part of it, what is the impact on the job market in terms of new job roles, new training requirement, new skill development requirement coming out from these changes? And what kind of job roles and what could be the way forward for players like government, training providers, and particularly the automotive companies? So let me start with the glance of the automotive sector. So India produced approximately 22.9 million vehicles annually, and it contributes, the automobile sector contributes 7.1% to the GDP of India. Most importantly, it creates almost 37 million direct and indirect jobs in India. And if you see the compounded annual growth rate of the sector, it has been almost 12%. It's the 4th largest vehicle market in the world after China, Japan, and the United States. And as per many studies, it's proposed that the automobile market in India could be $251 billion by 2026. But as some of my previous colleagues mentioned that there is a strong focus on the sustainability aspects. Currently, there is a large dependency on the fossil fuels, but we are slowly moving to battery operated vehicle, EV and alternate fuel technology. And to promote that, you can see the numbers that in 2021 alone, close to 430,000 vehicles sold in the electric vehicle space. Now, coming to what are the key factors driving the market towards this change and what are the key factors for growth of automobile sector. One is increase in average household income. People have more disposable money. They are willing to try new kind of models. There is an affinity towards electric vehicle. And you all know that India is going to be the youngest nation by 2025. Today's millennials, their aspirations are different. They like to experiment. I would say there is a conducive policy environment also for industry growth, which is facilitated by the government. And more or less, there is a change in consumer behavior also. People are becoming more aware about the environmental requirement and they are trying to experiment with electric vehicles. They are trying to shift to electric vehicles whenever it is affordable. And it's tagged to the rising price of fossil fuels also. Then rising pollution level, if you see AQI in Delhi in a summer days or like that, it's very high. And it is the situation in most of the metros. So moving to an electric vehicle or alternate fuel policy will help in lowering the pollution as well. And there is a commitment from government side also in terms of climate change and sustainability. And that's why combining all these factors, there is a definite shift in focus to reduce the emission and switch to alternate fuel technology or for EV. Now, I know this slide is a little bit cluttered, but what we have tried to share that on 4 alternate fuel technology, this is electric vehicle, biofuel, CNG and hydrogen fuel, what is the sector scenario and what is the policy environment and some of the best practices either in India or globally. So I won't go through all the details, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. Electric vehicle segment is expected to grow at a 36% and penetration rate of 70% in the car market. Currently, it is valued almost at 220 million and 0.252 million EVs have been registered in India since 2019. Then from a policy thrust perspective, faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid vehicle launched in 2015 10,000 crore budget allocated in the second phase, and then there is a phased manufacturing program has been introduced to promote production and assembly of parts, subparts of electric vehicle. So give you some example of best practices. In East Asian country, they have introduced new energy vehicle credit mandate, wherein the vehicle suppliers are given new credit targets that must be achieved, which includes parameters such as energy efficiency, emissions, etc. And a new subsidy programs provide subsidies to EVs with a sticker price of less than CNY 300,000. Similarly, if we look at the CNG sector, we all know that particularly in Delhi and other metros, many of the vehicles have moved to this alternate fuel technology. And this sector is expanded at a CAGR of almost 5.3% between the 4 years of 2018 to 2022. And the growth of CNG vehicles also grown steadily. In FY22, increased by 55% to 2,65,000 units from 1,71,000 units in FY21. What are the policy environment supporting this from a government perspective? So natural gas infrastructure development plan, under which a goal setting of up to 10,000 CNG station formulated in 2019, and the same is progress. And also an amount of 70,000 crore has been allocated to this plan to expand the city gas distribution network. So from a best practice perspective, in India in 1998, a CNG program was introduced long back to convert all the buses, autos and taxis to CNG and combat the rising pollution. We have seen this in early 2000 in Delhi as well. And it has, since then it has resulted in 48% decrease in pollution over a period of last 15 years. So like that we have covered in like the biofuel and hydrogen fuel as well, and you can see the details in our paper. So out of all the 4 alternate fuel technology, we believe that EVs are expected to lead the job market. Let's understand the reason for it. The complete transition of EV market require almost an investment of 267 billion in battery infrastructure as well as charging infrastructure. Now World Bank thumb rule says per INR 10 lakh investment, it creates around 72 direct and indirect jobs. So we can assume that how many jobs will be created more from a direct and indirect manner. There is a constant government push, and there is a in large scale incentive also for local manufacturing, which will kind of help to create the local level supply chain for electric vehicle. Then focus on R&D in battery technology, related chemicals and materials engineering is also expected to open additional employment opportunities. And more importantly, government's plan to extend benefit of the concessional corporate tax of 15% till March 2024 for newly incorporated manufacturing companies is expected to bring in more investment in the sector. Therefore, there is an urgent need for transforming and scaling small and medium subsystem and auto component industries to meet the need of alternate fuel structure. Now, let's also understand which are the key job roles that are going to happen. So we have categorized into 2 areas. One is, of course, EV, and then second is the other fuel technologies like biofuel, green hydrogen, etc. So if I look at the EV part, battery manufacturing and recycling, there are multiple job roles that we have identified. Similarly, design and assembly, sales and retail, charging infrastructure. These are whole lot of new job roles that need to be created. Content needs to be developed, trainers need to be identified, and training needs to be given to cater the needs of the market. Similarly, if I look at other alternate fuel areas, there are 3 areas, 3 sub-segments like production, processing, storage, and transportation, and conservation and utilization. For example, in other fuel areas, the production job roles could be boiler operator, biochar processor. Similarly, for processing, storage, then automatic baler operator, technicians, and most importantly, the conservation and utilization part, which is biomart plant operator, hydrolyzer plant operator. So these are the tentative identified job roles. Of course, the ASDC will take a call and finalize it and then go to create those contents for these job roles and offer them through their various training partners network. Coming to the last part of it, we feel that all 3 stakeholders, that is government, industry and ASDC, as well as vocational training institution, both short-term and ITI, need to play a larger role in this. And there are various facets by which they can support this. From a government perspective, maybe there is a requirement for higher incentives for green vehicles, encouraging more production-linked incentive schemes, promote future of work by establishing hybrid governance model, enhancing access by subsuming automobile skill training under the National Skill Training Program. If we look at from an industry and skill development perspective, skill development council perspective, capacity building through industry collaboration, which they're already doing, but in the alternate fuel sector going to be the next focus areas. Of course, I was mentioning that developing content curriculum and offering these courses through the training partner network is going to be very important. And more importantly, if these courses can be made available in the SWAYAM portal or Bharat Skills portal for public at large. Dual system of training, many of you know that in our ITI there is a system called dual system of training, which is a kind of emulating the German model of dual system of training, where an ITI student spends half of his time in campus for direct classroom learning and remaining 1 year they spend at the industry space. This model is slowly getting adopted by various industries, but more DST based training and more institutions need to come forward to participate in this. Then there is a requirement to regulate and standardize the skills. Most importantly, automotive is a high labor intensive sector, so how do we involve women and people with disabilities in the sector more from an inclusivity perspective? That is also need to be seen. From an vocational institutes, both from a short term and long term, that is the short term training center as well as ITI, they need to introduce new courses focusing on the alternate fuels areas. Currently, most of the courses are traditional IC engine related things. And then they need to also create a credit-based mechanism in collaboration with the Education Institute, which enables credit transfers between various programs and various institutes. And finally, since many of our ITI ecosystem do not have the requisite infrastructure in terms of offering these courses, so requisite plans need to be made so that the ITIs are prepared to offer such courses. So I'll close with that. We'll have a session later on also where we can get into the details of that how industry academia collaboration can play a further role in terms of promoting skill development in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation and explaining to us all about the KPMG white paper and about your plans. Moving ahead with another partner address, ASTC and Castrol India has come together to support the mechanic community through various initiatives such as Castrol Super Mechanic Contest or Castrol Eklavya. These training programs from independent auto mechanics are specially designed to enable knowledge transfer around the latest automotive technologies and help them stay updated on changing trends. Recently, Castrol India has launched a 4-day EV readiness training program covering over 100 top-tier car and bike mechanics. The training is supported and endorsed by ASTC. Now I would like to invite for the next address Mr. Sandeep Sangwan, who is the Managing Director of Castrol India Limited. Since January 2020, he has extensive experience in business transformation, sales and marketing, and is also passionate about building brands, driving growth and building high-performance teams. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sandeep Sangwan.
Good morning, namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished guests. I am indeed honored to be here and be part of this gathering, and thanks to Arindam and all the people at ASDC who kindly invited me to be a speaker here. So thank you, Arindam. India, as Mr. Agrawal was saying, is one of the biggest automotive markets. We are already the largest in two-wheelers, and based on our projections, by about 2040, even in cars, will be the second largest global market. So there's a huge headroom for growth, a huge headroom for development, jobs, and making our country progress. At the same time, India has a large mechanic community, which is mostly in the independent aftermarket, in the unorganized sector. So as corporates, we have a responsibility कि अपने जितने मैकेनिक भाई लोग हैं उनको स्किल दें, उनको ट्रेन करें और उनको फ्यूचर के लिए तैयार करें। कैस्ट्रॉल करीबन हिंदुस्तान में पिछले 100 साल से है और एक लीडिंग लुब्रिकेंट्स कंपनी है which is now expanding into service and maintenance ecosystem, expanding into other adjacent sectors, looking at the future. And along with business, we run a upskilling program called Super Mechanic, which is run every 2 years, which is the largest skilling initiative any company runs for mechanics in India in collaboration and partnership with ASDC. And it includes a curriculum which is not only focused on automotive, it is also focused on digital upskilling, about future technologies, and covering new age vehicles, whether it is BS6 engines or whether it is EVs. The 2022 program saw participation from 140,000 car and bike mechanics. And out of those, about 24,000 actually got training through a master class which was organized by ASDC. And the final event was actually attended by Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, our Minister, Union Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, who facilitated the winners in a function held in Delhi. I'm also humbled by Mr. Beniwal's address and the kind of work you're doing, sir. And I just like to highlight, through our CSR program, we run 2 specific programs. We run a program called Eklavya, which is about mechanic capability building. And very happy to say that over the last few years, we've trained 225,000, 2,25,000 mechanic हमने उस program के मध्य train किए हैं. And the second leg of that program is called Sarthi Mitra, which is about training truck drivers around safety, around road safety, around financial inclusion, around health and well-being. And through that program, we've trained 1,80,000 truck drivers को हमने ट्रेनिंग प्रदान की है पिछले कुछ सालों में. With increasing penetration of automobiles in India, the repair and service sector is also growing. So we've launched initiatives such as Castrol Auto Service, Castrol Lube Express, which we are also taking to tier 2, tier 3 towns in India, so that people can get reliable quality service at the point of consumption rather than having to drive distances. And जो mechanics की training है, we also go beyond only product recommendations for the right engine. We also upskill them on how to treat a customer, how to greet a customer, what kind of social interactions they need to have with customers, and also talking about new technologies. Castrol, looking at the future and EVs coming in, is investing about 50 million pounds or 500 crore in a EV thermal management R&D center in the UK, which is our global technology center and which will benefit our initiatives in India as well, because thermal management of batteries is a key challenge a lot of the EV manufacturers, whether it is two-wheelers or passenger cars, face today. We've rolled out EV readiness training programs. The first program we run was in Delhi, where we trained about 100 car and bike mechanics on EV training through an 8-hour training module developed in collaboration with ASDC, which focused on the diagnostics, the EV technologies, and what is different in an EV engine from an ICE engine perspective. And this program was highly appreciated. The program ended with a quiz, And I think all the mechanics gave very positive feedback, and we will extend this throughout the country in the coming months and years. We've also launched a range of products called Castrol On, which is a range of fluids for EVs, which was launched globally in 2021, and we will bring that to India very soon. It gives me also immense pleasure to say that 10 of our mechanics who completed the Castrol EV readiness training are present here today. And we will be facilitating them shortly with a certificate of competence and completion. In the end, I'd like to say, I think training and upskilling, as various distinguished guests have said, will go a long way in preparing for a sustainable, for a progressive, for a prosperous India in the future, and Castrol will play its part in that transition. And Mr. Benewal, I'd like to offer that maybe आपका जो युवा प्रोग्राम है उसमें भी हम कुछ ना कुछ मिलके साथ काम कर सकते हैं शायद. Because जो आपने बोला है, having quite a few friends and family who are in the police services, I can fully empathize with what you said, and we will play our part. So thank you very much, and very best wishes to Arindam and your team and ASDC. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for the address. I would request you to please stay back. Also, I would like to invite to join on stage Jaya Jamrani, Vice President Marketing, Castrol India. Up next, we have certificate distribution of Castrol ASDC candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting and felicitating Castrol India workshop partners. First up, may I please invite Arun Goyal from Goyal Auto Parts. Inviting the next winner, Anil Ji from Metro Auto Spare Parts. Neeraj from Motorcycle Service Master REMCO IWS. And now invite Abhishek Mehra from Oriental Automobiles. Prashant Kumar from Prashant Motors. Inviting Satish Kumar from Ramesh Auto Center. Ishant Arora from Shanu Bike Point. And Rakesh Singh from Singh Motors. there anyone left? All done? All done? Or anyone left? None, no? Let's have a group photograph. All the certificate winners, request you all to come on stage for a group photograph quickly. We'll add one more chair here. Now photographed with a big Castrol smile. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for doing the honors. And now for the closing of the inaugural session, we have with us Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO of ASDC, the Automotive Skill Development Council. He has been associated with the automotive manufacturing sector for 3 decades and spent initial decade in manufacturing industry, followed by 2 decades of experience across all domains of education and training. Let's give him a round of applause.
Very good afternoon, and thank you, Beniwal sir, for joining us. Thank you, Arindam ji. Thank you, Agarwal sir and Vinkesh ji, for being here, and for all the dignitaries, other industry leaders who are there with us today. Thank you for joining us. I think it's been a fascinating morning. We've had, the whole idea about involving people from other not so obvious engagements was to get this kind of an input, and I think we are all going back richer in our views in terms of how skilling could impact the entire society and the entire community, and how it impacts our entire country in terms of how we progress both economically as well as socially and culturally. ASDC has been aiming to continually develop and upgrade the automotive skills for the various higher value additions, and ASDC attempts to make these skills aspirational and integrated with the academic pathways and celebrate the skilling achievements. In order to make this nation self-sufficient in skilled manpower in the automotive industry, ASDC has embraced digitization to help identify potential candidates, equip them with necessary skills, and match them with appropriate job opportunities in the automotive sector. ASDC is involved in the creation of standards for job roles. There are these various roles that we play, including model curriculum and learning content, assessment certification, training of trainer and assessors, and also engaging these trainees with the industry in terms of placements. It has been a constant endeavor at ASDC that we focus on the efficiency and transparency of the entire process to support all our partners and stakeholders. During 2021-22, ASDC has taken several significant steps to focus on implementation of projects under guidance from the industry. These projects have been executed under funding support from the government agencies, industry CSR funds, and also with funding support from various multilateral agencies. ASDC has also embarked on engaging with international placement partners to close the skilled manpower gap in various countries, and this provides an interesting opportunity to the Indian skilled workforce to aspire to be a part of the global workforce in domains beyond IT services, telecom, which are the natural choices. With the launch of National Education Policy 2020, ASDC is aligning with formal education institutes, right from schools to colleges, in order to make our graduates industry ready. And ASDC is working towards integrating skilling with education and allow the seamless transition under the National Credit Framework Policy. Our engagement with our partners in training ecosystem and industry partners have increased significantly to ensure constant communication, and this is more relevant in the context of the constant technological changes and disruptions that is an integral part of the automotive sector now. I take this opportunity to thank each one of our key stakeholders, ministries and other government agencies, industry partners, experts from industry, training partners, assessment agency, and all other partner organizations for extending support to all members of ASDC, and I look forward to your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the closing remarks on the inaugural session. Now we shall break for tea and coffee. You can refresh yourself. Don't forget to visit our stalls, which are at the back of the hall and in the assembly area. You can also access the annual report and KPMG white paper by scanning the QR code that is on the lanyard and ASDC website as well. We shall see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. The first panel discussion is on integrating education and skilling for industry-ready workforce. First up, I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Debabrata Ghosh, who is the partner in education and skill development practice at KPMG in India. He has nearly 20 years of experience in social sector and PPP advisory space. On the panel, we have Mr. Vikram Gulati, the country head and executive vice president of Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. He is a postgraduate in chemistry from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, and holds a management degree from Management Development Institute, Gurgaon. Earlier, while serving as a civil servant, he has also has a rich and varied experience of over 22 years of working in the government in various capacities. Next on the panel, we have Dr. Rodney Revier, the head of the Indo-German Vocational Education and Training Program. He is also responsible for the Indo-German Initiative for Technical Education, IGNITE. He has a rich and varied international career as teacher, advisor, and consultant, and has lived and worked in 10 countries around the world. Next on the panel, we have Dr. Biswajit Saha from CBSE, presently holding the post of Director, Skill Education in CBSE New Delhi. He manages the works of skill curriculum design, development of student resource books and training manuals and monitors, the execution of various teacher training programs, etc. He has served CBSE in different leadership roles, including training and academics, for over a decade now. Dr. Saha has handled execution of various development projects of World Bank, AICTE, UGC, MSDE and METI. He drives promotion of future skill in schools with strong industry association and oversees digital education movement under Ministry of Education. Up next on the panel, we have Mr. R.C.M. Reddy, the MD and CEO of SchoolNet India Limited and LearnIt Skills Limited. As a former IAS officer, he has served in Government of Tripura in India as well as in the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Finally, on the panel, we have Mr. Matthew Johnston, who is a prominent personality in Australian education sector. He is an experienced senior executive in the Australian Public Service. He has delivered on key government policies both in Australia and overseas across a range of areas. First of all, I would request our moderator and the panelists to kindly rise for a group photograph. By the time we are done with the panel, we'll have these photos ready to give away to you. I believe he's on the way, so he'll be joining us soon. You may please be seated. Over to our moderator, Mr. Debabrata Ghosh.
Thank you very much. So I think one of our panelists, Dr. Saha, will join us soon. So meanwhile, we're starting the panel. So I guess you would have a decent idea from the morning discussion as well as from my presentation about the sector as well as the emerging changes in terms of technology, in terms of job roles, in terms of future requirement. So I'm not going through the entire rigmarole once again. Rather than, I would like to utilize this time to have opinions and comments from this very eminent panelists that we have. So as introduced, we have representation from 2 international government also, and at the same time we have representation from Indian company, and when Mr. Saha join, we will have a perspective from school to work transition also. So if I can start with you, Mr. Gulati. So what we have traditionally seen is that the technicians who are working in various automotive companies, they are more or less trained in the IC engine areas. And now with the change in technology to hybrid or the EV technology or alternate fuel technology, what is the role you see that automotive companies in accelerating the certification, capacity building, training them so that they are more prepared for the changes that is happening in the sector as well as upskilling, reskilling of them to be prepared for the job at hand?
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. In fact, this is a very important issue as the industry is undergoing a technology transition. And the transition, although is largely towards electrification, but as is very evident, it's also around the alternate fuels. In the near future, or up to mid to long term, what we see is that there would be this transition happening around both these macro energy pathways, electrification plus the alternate fuels. Now, if you look at the alternate fuels, the challenge is slightly less, in fact, significantly less, because it's basically the same ecosystem which is transiting into a different use of fuel. So there the challenge is definitely lesser as compared to the other part, which is the electrification. And there the set of knowledge, competencies, skill sets that you need, whether it is around the manufacturing side or servicing side, it's going to be very different because the powertrain is completely changed. Towards that, we have to, as OEMs, as also the channel partners, whether it's suppliers or dealers, this change has to be worked together in terms of developing competencies. And of course, what we are doing is proceeding in a very logical manner from a point of view of working with also agencies such as ASDC to get the standardized curriculum. As far as Toyota is concerned, we focus a lot on training and skilling, and therefore master trainers and train the trainer programs are the second part, other than standardizing the curriculum. And then, of course, working with the entire value chain, the supplier side and the dealer side. For example, in case of Toyota, we've just expanded our very highly recognized manufacturing site training institute, which is the Toyota Technical Education Program. It's recognized under the GIMS framework and also ASDC. We've expanded that dramatically, and we've also changed the curriculum accordingly to impart skills. And this will largely serve the manufacturing side, both for us and our supplier partners. On the other side, which is the servicing, it's also going to be very critical to make sure that you can continue to give a quality service to the consumer, and the consumer doesn't feel the pain of the technology transition. And for that, it's essential to partner with various stakeholders, which includes dealer partners, which includes government polytechnics, ITIs, which includes ASDC, NSDC. In fact, we are expanding this footprint that we have in the country on the program that we do, which is the TTEP program, Toyota Technical Education Program, aimed at basically developing technicians on the service side. And as we do this, it's not only about expanding the framework to reach rural and tribal areas so that the wider reach of mobility that's now going to rural areas is well met. But also, while we do this, we are working towards introducing the curriculum and the framework for the newer set of technologies so that this transition is not disruptive from that point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. I think you have touched upon a few important points. First of all, there is an in-house effort. There is an effort through partnership with ASDC, other training institute and government. And third, the most important point that you have mentioned, that the customer should not feel the effect in terms of this transition. And it's heartening to know that you are taking that effort, transition in a smooth manner, so that the customer experience is not affected. I'll come back to you one more customer-related questions afterwards. If I can come to you, Dr. Rodney. So we have seen that countries like Germany, UK, Australia have been leaders in the vocational education space. So based on your experience, what would you suggest in terms of strengthening or institutionalizing rather the industry institution collaboration part of it through apprenticeship, faculty exchange program, or any other modes that will deeply involve the industry in the whole curriculum building process itself?
Yeah, there's a lot of international interest in the German system of dual training. In fact, there's been a lot of initiatives in India already that are addressing that. The DST is based on the dual system of training. But I think the key words I've just heard a second ago from Mr. Gulati, one of them is partnership, and the other one you yourself said is the collaboration. Where we have then is the interest of the state and the interest of industry. They are meeting when it comes to employment, job market, and skilling. But it takes both to do that. If we look at the German model, the TVET system is in many ways a private sector initiative that the government supports, not the other way around. In India, there's been a lot of government initiatives over the last decades to help industry have a work-ready labor force, skilled when they leave the schools. That just doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in Germany either. That's what this whole dual system is about. It means two learning places. So we have learning in the schools and we have learning in the workplace. And that's the important and key element, because we really truly only learn by doing. And where we do that learning is in the schools. So it's really up to industry to take a leading role in this, to provide proper learning experiences for the students, for the trainees, but also to provide qualified, prepared master trainers. This is, I would think, one of the areas in India which could be improved, in that the apprenticeships, a lot of times the apprentices will be tutored by someone who really doesn't know how to tutor. They might be an expert in their particular skill, but they may not be particularly good at imparting or sharing that skill with the learners. So that would be one area that we could look at, is improving the master trainers, the in-company trainers. I mean, there could even be a government, just off the top of my head, a government subsidy program where master trainers are paid for part of their time as trainers. So you could perhaps have a government tax refund scheme or some sort of scheme to subsidize the master trainers' time that they would then invest in training the trainees in company training. But I think another huge difference between the German system and the Indian system is that in Germany, an apprenticeship is required. It is integrated into the entire syllabus. A student does not get qualified without working in company. It can't happen. So that's a big difference in India, where a lot of times, especially after the change to the DST, that the apprenticeships have become optional. And I think that that is something that needs to be addressed and needs to be looked at. It has major ramifications, of course, because requiring students to go to companies means that the companies need to get the students in. So it would require some restructuring of the entire legal framework around around the apprenticeships. But I think that's key to getting the quality workers that everyone needs. And I think that everyone knows that there is a shortage in skilled technicians. I think most of the companies that are here would raise their hand if I asked them if they're ready to employ somebody tomorrow. And in particular, we have to look at what in Germany they call the Mittelstand. The government needs to support them. The Mittelstand would be the small and medium enterprises, which form the backbone of the automobile parts production system. Larger companies like Toyota and Tech Mahindra, Siemens, they can produce the workers they need themselves. They have the facilities, they have the resources to have their own training facilities, which are top-notch. I've visited many of them, and I always come away impressed. But then the smaller and medium enterprises, they don't have those resources. That's where they're the ones that depend mostly on the government systems. So that's where we have to look at how the government can mostly help those which basically can't help themselves as much. But at the same time, those medium and small enterprises need to contribute more actively into the ecosphere. So I'm going to quote the former US President, John F. Kennedy, and he said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." So this is the plea that I would also give out to industry, that you push, you take that leading role, you take the initiative, and you can make the skilling in India improve. That answers that question.
Absolutely, Dr. Rodney. Thank you very much. No, I think it's what you have pointed out is really interesting. So during the tea break, I was having a conversation with him, and he also pointed out that in Germany, private sector themselves are coming up and asking government the way how we can help you to make the skilling ecosystem better. Maybe that will happen in India also soon, but currently the model is little different and it's kind of reverse at this point of time. But another important point that you have mentioned on the master trainer part, I think we have an established system of training of trainers, but yeah, master trainer part is also happening, but may not be the very key focus area at this point of time. But thank you very much for your input. Coming to Mr. Reddy, sir, you have been a pioneer of Indian skill ecosystem and you have been associated with this right from the beginning. Now, sir, with NEP coming into place and the multidisciplinary nature of job roles or role requirement, how do you see, sir, the skilling ecosystem can gear up to offer multidisciplinary courses which will have maybe multiple NOSes together, or in ITIs can have different modules coming up together? So we just wanted to know your view on that, sir.
Thank you very much, Dave. Firstly, compliments to ASDC for organizing this conference, and this is indeed really great to see such large number of people post-COVID. This also shows that the kind of requirement that the industry is feeling about the TVET, the renewed emphasis, NEP has provided that emphasis, that impetus, and the technology has enabled to a great extent. I think if I can, having been associated with the vocational skilling system for the past, maybe even before NSDC was born, and I see sort of the skilling ecosystem of 3.0 kind of thing emerging. Greater use of technology, greater integration between formal education system and vocational skills, and there is enthusiasm all around. And NEP provides that framework. But do we have working models that can be scaled up? The answer is yes, no. Some parts do exist, some parts do not exist. And our own experience as SchoolNet India Limited, where we work with about 100,000 schools, largely government and affordable private schools, in using technology to improve the learning outcomes, science, maths, English, core subjects. And almost 2 crore students and teachers we reach out. We have a joint venture with NSDC called LearnIt, and through that we work with school dropouts, unemployed youth, and school passouts to put them in jobs through short-term skilling. And about 2.5 million people we must have trained and placed. But both these systems operate in isolation. In the same state, same district, same location, we as the company, we run, one is on education, another on vocational skills. There is no integration within the
that district within that system. We have then the NSQF, through NSQF, Ministry of Education runs the skilling program in schools. That has no relation with placement linked skills programs being run outside the school. In a sense, those silos need to be brought together. This is what NEP envisions. Just building on what Mr. Rodney said, do we need to have ITAs separately? Why do we need ITAs? Because you talked about new technologies and everything is becoming highly tech driven, every industry. So which means that the knowledge and skills component, the knowledge component in any vocational education is going up, and particularly in sector like automotive, there has to be very, very healthy balance of knowledge and skills. And if I have to do that, why do we need to have separate ITIs? Why can't the subjects being taught in ITI being offered as options for 11th and 12th? And post that, those who want to pursue higher education, they go. Those who want to get into jobs, they can go through apprenticeship and then get into the jobs. The classical German dual system is very, very ideal, but within India, we need to customize it. And customization, for example, deep interiors of Chhattisgarh, in the tribal areas, if there is a school, where do they go for apprenticeship? Even 200 kilometers nearby, there is not an industry. But can we actually teach using technology, even otherwise workshops, 1, 2, 3, 4, train them to be industry ready, and they can get into the jobs through apprenticeship program. So I think these models are possible. Short of that, any equivalent certificate of equivalence that we do, 12th pass, the ITI is being provided equivalence to 12th pass, is very cosmetic in my opinion. It doesn't really change the system. And in any case, we have these issues, socially, economically, there is no esteem attached to vocational education. Therefore, if you have to fundamentally alter the system, I think education and skills need to go together. It is eminently possible to do. There are global models. There are also Indian models that are emerging. Technology can play an important role. NEP provides that framework today. And industry can come in and bridge this gap for technical training through apprenticeship. So net, my view is that I think, come Dr. Biswajit, please come. So with CBSE, Dr. Saha kind of people being there, I think I was advocating dismantling ITIs and then putting part of CBSE class 11th and 12th. So the point being, it's possible to do it. I think this secondary or tertiary, secondary or third grade treatment to vocational skills as job option, as academic stream, unless we address head on, and we will continue to have issues related to lack of demand, aspiration, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we all keep saying in US and UK, Germany, plumber gets so much. But why are we not teaching plumbing in your class 12, class 11? What is so big thing about plumbing? So added to that is our own age-old traditional system of skills being associated with particular caste, community are also detrimental. This is the time of disruption. All around the world, disruptions are happening. If we collectively decide, disruptions can happen. And ASDC, given its leadership position, and ASDC is a sector which requires highly qualified people. Just look at the example. They recently, just last week, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation decided to take up a project where VR, AR labs are being set up in schools. Why not these labs being used to train the students on automotive? Cars are very interesting, very engaging. Using automotive, if you actually teach the kids using AR and VR, they learn science, they learn electricity, they learn automobile engineering, they also become technology savvy. Eminently possible, but given this compartmentalization, Dr. Saha will ensure that they teach only maths and science, and somebody else will ensure our ITIs with the help of some corporate, if they are broad, large-hearted, if they support something, some mission is given, some point of time ITIs will teach. I think this is time we bring in, and I look forward to the day when ITIs don't exist and they're part of 11th and 12th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Vicky.
you.
I think
I'm so sorry to interrupt the panel in between. Since Dr. Saha has joined us now, I would request, he doesn't need any introduction, I anyway introduced him. I would request you all to kindly please rise up once again for a group photograph. I apologize for disrupting the session once again. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. As usual, the innovative out-of-the-box suggestions from your side, maybe we need to consider those things. Dr. Shah, welcome to the panel. I'll come back to you. Mr. Johnson, my question now. So we all know, just like German DST model, TAFE is an established model for industry-oriented vocational education in India. So what are the key learnings that you want to share with the audience here to keep industry actually interested to remain invested in the long-term manner for the vocational education system of the country?
Well, thank you very much. Great. Well, thank you very much for that question. And listening to the speakers, this is such an interesting discussion, and I kind of wanted to jump in at each of these points and agree or add to it. So to take the comment that our German colleague, Dr. Rodney, mentioned about the perspective of the TVET system in Germany being more private sector supporting the government, I would say the Australian system, and you, sir, mentioned TAFE, which are our public vocational providers. We also have a large private sector delivery of vocational training in Australia. And what I would say is maybe what we have done is adapted some of the philosophies and principles of the German model over about 40 years in Australia and flipped that. Governments, so our state and federal governments, facilitate our vocational training system with industry at the table. So our policy architecture, the way our vocational system is funded, and it's a co-funding between industry and government, really brings everyone around the table. We have quite big consultative committees and consultative mechanisms to ensure that industry demands are what is taught in our vocational systems and indeed in our schools, because we do have vocational education in school, exactly the point Mr. Reddy said, 11th and 12th. If you are more minded towards a vocational career, we encourage you actively to do that. Vocational education is seen in Australia as an alternative to university, not as a second-class system. But what I'd say in terms of the learnings and in terms of the point, about what does India need to think about in terms of its own system, there are other models. You can look at how government can play a facilitating role, bringing the industry to the table, bringing educators to the table, having government at the table in developing of our training packages that are aligned completely to industry demands. Quality standards and the regulator, and I note, the evolving role of NCVET here in India is really critical and important in terms of, maintaining those quality standards and ensuring consistency regardless of private, public, school, company delivery of vocational education and training. And that's something we've done pretty well in Australia over about 40 years. In terms of keeping industry interested, not 2 to 3 weeks ago, the new Australian government convened a Jobs and Skills Summit. At the heart of this was our training system. And so what I would say, another learning that we've had from Australia is, keeping the system constantly evolving, adapting to new scenarios, looking at the needs of the economy, technology and industry is really important. That summit was a meeting convened by government, unions, business, employers, small to medium enterprises who are the main employers in Australia, not heavy industry and large industry, as is the case in Germany. They all have to have a seat at the table and have had now for many, many years. And they actively contribute to what are the occupational standards, the training standards that are delivered through our systems. And just to pick up the trainer point, I think there's an immense opportunity, probably in this room and for India, as you are looking at your train-the-trainer model and assessment practices, to really, utilise industry expertise and experience, reskill those people. Maybe you're a bit older, you want to maybe retire partially, but you want to give back. In Australia, we have our Certificate 4 in Training and Assessment, and we actively seek out people with industry experience to be our trainers or teachers. It's an immense opportunity for people with years and years of industry experience. It's an opportunity for, utilizing those skills and experience and imparting them onto younger people in both workplaces, but also in the classroom. And I think, Australia would be happy to work, and we are happy to work with India on this piece, because it creates that sustainable supply of well-qualified industry experts training the next generation here. So those are just some of my reflections on the conversation that we've been having this morning.
Well, thank you. I think you have made one very important point on the co-funding model part of it. Here also we are trying on that model. We have some hits and misses, some success stories, but I think it's yet to be fully integrated, the co-funding model particularly. It will come back to you. So, Dr. Saha, my question to you is, we know that CBSE is working towards school to work transition thing. Now, what has been the experience so far in terms of school to work transition, particularly given the complexities of having state-specific boards, ICSE, CBSE? How can they work in an integrated model? And how we are handling the credit transfer mechanism if someone is opting for vocational courses in their 7th, 8th, or 9th and 10th standards, how the credit transfer mechanism can be adopted?
Okay, Mr. Ghosh, there are two components you want me to speak. So, first component is with respect to these integrations between inter-board or work to transitions, rather school to work transitions, that projects actually we are now executing with the support of World Bank, where CBSE alone is setting up of 100 school hub, where including these automotive sectors, some other segments of skillings we are envisaging, and we are going to create a state-of-art labs there. And through that, what Mr. Reddy has just few minutes back raised, including AR, VR, AI, and tourism, agriculture, drone technology, so catering almost all the area, at least 10 to 12 area we are covering. In addition, in our regular model of skilling, these subjects, what we are offering at this stage, including automotive as a subjects from grade 9 to 12 we are offering. Now question is, one is in the regular model, the challenge is most of the students aspire to complete the higher studies, at least in the CBSE ecosystem. Certainly, due to whatever reasons, there are dropouts also. But once they drop out, that skilling component is rather surfaced in a manner so that they are capable to do something. Now, both in the regular model as well as in the skill hub model, board is planning to, or rather already 100 schools we have identified where in evening program, beyond the regular school curricula, beyond 2 p.m., how this infrastructure can be utilized for the local community who are potentially aiming for job. So here comes the role of real school to work transition, and I know the persons from various industry domain and catering these particular automotive sectors you are present here. How can you support real work transition? Without your support it is not possible. Only some sort of theoretical knowledge, some practical component, no matters whether it is simulation based or real practicals on these two-wheelers engines or your four-stroke car engines, whatever. So these mechanisms would be missing unless you participate with the school. So I agree partially with Reddy ji that he categorically mentioned, because ITI systems is very strong, infrastructures are also there, but only because of industry infusions, maybe some confusions are there in the market. And that's why the aspirations for higher education, why there is a separate degree requirement to give equivalence to 10+2. If there is a proper industrial flow, if you are ready to recruit them, whatever they are, with their skill, I think then it is whatever I have missed Dr. Rodney's session, but with our past interactions and especially with the German model, it is specially the chamber who decide the curriculum. So similarly, ASDC, represented by huge industry body, can really part of our curriculum development to transaction model, including the assessment what Matthew Johnson has mentioned. So we are open for that, both for the skill hub, which will essentially offer short durations program for the local industry. Then the meaning of school to work transitions would be fulfilled. Coming back to your second question, the national credit framework is already committee set up. After due consultations, a framework has been developed. Now, we are also discussed with UGC, AICT, almost all the regulator. Now, everybody, especially Indian citizens and parents' aspirations, is how to reach to the highest ladder. So, KG to PG, with that concept, that creditizations has been conceptualized. Now, question is, one is credit accumulations or academic bank of credit, whatever one earns, whether 3 months diploma on or certificate course on any specializations of automotive engines or ARBR or anything, how this particular credit can be benefited or student can take the benefit out of it while he or she is taking admissions to the higher educational institutes. So the framework is ready. Only thing is that inter-institutional participation with the guidance of regulator is just, we are waiting for that. I believe with the vision of new education policy and with all stakeholder participation, this would be a reality soon. And through that, the dignity of labor, which in every forum we discuss, and we usually take the examples of European country or Australia, but here many of the expert plumber, many of the motor technicians, mechanic are getting the due weightage in terms of money, but in terms of their respect and dignity in the society, I think still we're struggling. I think that mindset would be over only when ASDC come forward with this RPL mechanism and total certified workforce, when industry leader take that decision without compromising that certificate or that minimum wage employment. I think once certified people will be there, you have to pay more, because that quality transitions, total quality issues would be there only when this regular skilling, upskilling, reskilling component would be there in the system. And that is highly possible with your active participation. CBSC, we are open, although a government organizations, but we are open for collaborations. And my last request to this August gathering, more than 100 schools alone offering automotive in their regular school curriculum. Now I am appealing you, come forward, take up the schools. They already have some lab. On latest side, if there is any additional things need to be added, you tell us. Wherever we can support, we'll support. Wherever locally you can manage the support, you extend your support so that the pass out actually come out with that quality education what Sector Skills Council is driving under NCBT and other Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. No, I think audience is also acknowledging both the steps are very welcome. In fact, given our gross enrollment rate for higher education, for the dropout students, this step was absolutely necessary from the school to work transition perspective. And I am aware, as you mentioned, that the credit framework is being think so that smooth transition can happen between mainstream education and vocational education to make it more aspirationally relevant also and be student to move from one system to other system. I think Australia has a very good system in terms of school to work transition as well. I was going through it. I'll come back to you if time permits. In fact, I want to go through one more round with each one of you, but I would request to keep your response little short. So, Dr. Rodney, coming back to you. In India, we have tried to launch this degree apprenticeship program, but we did not have much success. We have seen only few institutes covering that, because possibly the vocational nature, the attachment of the word apprenticeship, there's not much pickup happening in that particular course. Any thoughts on that, how you are handling on that aspect?
I would say that terminology makes a big difference, right? Because when we hear the word apprentice, we think it's not, well, let me put it different, perhaps, that academia and industry is one of the divisions here that I first learned when I first came to India, this distinction of, and they view themselves a lot of times, academians, as different from practitioners. And the apprenticeship is to become a practitioner, not to become an academian. So I think we might have some attitude that is instilled because of the terminology used. So rather than using the word apprentice, we could find another term for it that would work out. I know, for example, in Germany, to become a teacher, you go through this normal schooling, then you have the Erste Staatsexamen, and then you do 2 years of apprenticeship, but they don't call it apprenticeship. And then there's the Zweite Staatsexamen, which is equivalent to a master's degree. So it is actually inherent in that system, they just don't call it that. So perhaps working with academia to come up with a suitable expression might help solve the problem.
That's interesting how you are seeing it. Aspiration and the perception does play a big role, and I completely agree with you on that. Mr. Reddy, if I can come back to you. Now, we are talking about different segments, the fresh students, experience from an upskilling, reskilling perspective. Everybody may not be able to go back to training centers for training. So in order to make this new age, cutting edge courses available online, just like a MOOC, what kind of strategies we can have that, sir?
If I can respond in one sentence, what we need is a blended approach. A classical MOOCs and online program for vocational skills have serious limitations. Even the completion rates of the MOOCs courses in developed countries are extremely low. So here we need to have a blended program, blended model, so that the theory component, some other components can be done virtually, either a virtual trainer or self-learning online, and some immersive experience and hands-on experience. If we can actually create that, take the case of what I was referring earlier, using AR, VR kind of technology, automotive sector, automobile repair as a case in point. And that can brilliantly be built around this blended model. And with the immersive kind of technologies available, you can get into, understand a bit of theory, go and actually practice in a workshop, nearby workshop, or in a training center, or in a school. So I think the blended model will work. And that is what eventually I think most of the sectors which are maybe barring, say, agriculture, primary sector oriented, most of the manufacturing and tertiary can and should move to a blended model. And just case in point, I was the example I was quoting earlier, today any kind of skills for any job in automotive sector would need bit of understanding of mathematics, computing, bit of physics, and then specific to that. Then that person becomes more holistic. All of them today in class 12th, and the students who choose to do physics, maths, chemistry, along with that automotive engineering course also can be added, and combine this, put a technology as a kind of cross-cutting layer, appropriate technology being used, and that student can actually become highly productive rather than putting them in separate ITI and just doing the hands-on only there. I think if the systems need to be brought together and the technology as a cutting and common layer all around, and a blended model is the model that will work for any kind of job role, I believe.
Absolutely, sir. And at the same time, I think it needs to be flexible. People who are already in workforce, it needs to provide them the flexibility to have this at their comfort level and at ease. So
One is flexibilities with respect to where they learn, how they learn. I think the biggest flexibility is needed for personalization.
Correct.
So personalization today, if Dr. Saha is already knows bit of automobile engineering, but he doesn't have formal certification, but system doesn't recognize. He has to go through level 1. Till he completes level 1, level 2 you don't complete. But he already has certain level of proficiency, probably should be brought under level 3, and that kind of personalization would happen, which can be done by way of use of AI and several other technologies. Personalization of learning can be done and should be done.
My next question to Mr. Gulati. So, how do you think with this alternate fuel, EV, everything coming into picture, so more from an inclusivity perspective, how do you plan to integrate the Tier 3 cities or the rural part of the country along with this technology journey and the change in transition?
Well, I'll just give you a perspective of what we are doing. Right now, we are expanding majorly, and our main expansion and focus is, in fact, to Tier 3 cities and also the rural parts of the country. It's going to be same for most of the industry, not only from a technology change point of view, but also from a better coverage in terms of giving customers a much better, let's say, service experience. Because if you need to set up service centers or in these areas, you need to have local pool of well-trained people. It is unrealistic to expect that you can get people from elsewhere to go there, or customers to go to major cities to get their vehicles serviced and all. So the focus will naturally be there from a business perspective. And I totally agree from the point of view of using technology. We are doing that. In the rural parts or the various centers that we have across India, when we are trying to teach new technology, a lot of, electrified technologies, a lot of digital mediums are being taken, besides focusing on train the trainer, master trainers, providing some basic infrastructure where they can learn and practice what they are seeing from a theory point of view. And I think that focus will have to be just expanded in a very big way, so that these parts of the country do not get left out.
Thanks. It's nice to know that how you are trying to bring the Tier 3 workforce also into the picture. My last question for the panel will be to Mr. Johnston. Would you like to touch upon this school-based apprenticeship program in Australia so that we all can little bit learn about that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As I said in my opening remarks, vocational education has been integrated in our school curriculum now for quite a long time. And one of the key things to the success of our school-based apprenticeship program, which I would say there are kind of two variations. One is students in high school who go and do a work placement for a couple of weeks to have a taste of what a career might be, what a workplace might be. That's very standard for high school curriculum. But what we're really talking about here in terms of vocational education is that integration of a practical course or training program within the school curriculum. So there's two ways in which you can do this. One is undertaking the practical learning experience at our TAFEs or others at an ITI kind of equivalents, which are usually integrated in the school. And those school students are given qualifications under our qualifications framework. So they might be entry-level vocational education qualifications. That then gives them a gateway to further study higher level qualifications in vocational education and flexible pathways to higher education, to pick up Mr. Reddy's point about the need for flexibility. Apprenticeships, I do agree with my colleague from Germany. There is some sort of stigma attached to that name, but I think culturally in Australia, and maybe this is something that's evolved over time and is linked to the fact that our economy is really small and medium enterprise driven, is that there is some cultural cachet or positivity around being an apprentice, because once you finish, what you can potentially earn as a well-qualified apprenticeship in automotive or anywhere is actually higher than what a university graduate gets. So I think there is some stigma, but maybe in different cultural contexts. Back to the point before from Dr. Sala is it comes out in a different way. But I think the important thing of all this is the skills you're taught need to be relevant, needs to be integrated into systems and give you choice for your career. Because as we know, young people, older people, we all reskill and we all need moments of upskilling. So I think to pick up the point about RPL, that's really important because you're valuing skills, you're giving people a pathway, they're seeing opportunities to, for social mobility for them and their families. These are the sorts of things that people really need to see. And I think anything that's done in schools, my key point will be, needs to be integrated with the broader VET system. It shouldn't be separate.
And thank you very much. In fact, last night I was going through the school to work transition document, and I like this theme: clarity, collaboration, confidence, and core systems, on which this entire strategy is built. I'll request all of you to visit the Australian Government Education website, and you can have the policy paper. Can I open it for questions now? Yeah. Okay.
We'll have to do it very quickly.
Yeah. Maybe just 2 questions we can take from audience. Okay, I think people are too eager to have lunch. Okay, we have one question.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kishore Tiwari and I represent Distill Group. We are one of the sponsors here in the name of Distill Education and Training. So what I'm going to ask, a few of you might like it, few of you might not like it. The government says that through the apprenticeship program, we have to actually train the candidates and we have to make them eligible for a future job prospect. But what I have seen in my career that most of the organizations, they take it as a mode to save the cost that they incur by employing a trained candidate, I would say. So if you are employing a fresher, apprentice, probably you don't have to spend much on the labor law compliances, which comes up when you employ a trained candidate. So how the government can defy this, which I won't say a lot of, but few of the industries are practicing nowadays, and what exactly we can do wherein we don't take this as an excuse to save cost, but we actually focus on training the candidates and making them eligible for the future job prospects. That's my question. Thank you.
From the side of the departmental perspective, the policy is very much there. That is National Apprenticeship Policy, or rather it is not only policy, it's an act, which is supposed to be adhered by all the industry body. Now question is, as you raised these waste saving issues, many of them are actually trying to take the escape route, or rather their wholehearted participation is required, so that we are actually intending the 2 model. One is full-time apprenticeships on completions of any course, whether it is 10+2 vocational, whether it is ITI or polytechnic diploma pass outs, or it is engineering graduates. So whatever professional degrees are there in the ecosystem, certificate, diploma and degree program, post that apprenticeships model is there. And that is guided through that act. Now industry bodies are supposed to act on it, number 1. Number 2, if you look into the AICT website, there is a comprehensive apprenticeships model where many of the industry body has participated and helping the existing student to take up some kind of apprenticeship, which is largely project-based learning, both in virtual mode and physical mode, or somewhere it is in a hybrid mode. So there that stipendary provision is not there, but student is getting direct hands-on experience or on-job training kind of things, whether it could be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months or 6 months. But as per the act, it is somewhere 6 months to 1 year, and some stipend industry is supposed to bear and 50% the government of India is going to bear. Now it is again depend on the participation. So through your questions I can urge more bodies should allow their campuses to recruit some kind of apprenticeships while doing the course or on completion of the course. Both the models are available. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one last question.
I have a question here for Dr. Shah again. What is happening is at the school level, students do not know about all this apprentice or learning through experience. There are Atal tinkering labs in most of the schools these days. Good schools have Atal tinkering lab. If you can contact this Atal tinkering lab where there are students who are joining, who are trying to innovate, they are the students who would be very much interested to get this training. So if CBSE can tie up with Atal tinkering labs and through them encourage them to get into the vocational courses, get into the skill development, that would help the country.
It is no need to tie up. Already we are working together. In fact, 10 days back, last week only, we launched AIoT along with this Niti Aayog and CBSE and Intel together we launched that. That is AI integrated curriculum, how it can be offered through ATL only. And moreover, the board has also come up with this Innovation Ambassador program, and another is National Innovation Policy, where every school is supposed to set up a small innovation council. And interns, wherever ATLs are there, they would be in age. Wherever the ministry sponsored vocational labs are there, approximately 12,000 labs, both not only in CBSE, it is also there in the state-run school. So those labs would be in forefront to offer this, or rather to nurture the innovative ideas of students. And accordingly, these things are already, we are doing hands on hands, or already that collaborative approach is very much there, and we are working. And again, with industry body, how it can be more channelized or energized, that is only the request through your question.
Thank you very much. And actually, just to add, there was one question in one of the ASDC meeting that can we make qualification pack for school children? I think we can start from there. ASDC would be very interesting to start some good courses or qualification pack for the school children.
Why not? Already this is officially requested
Yes,
to NSQC.
yes,
If you recall in ASDC's last presentation,
Yes.
not this one,
The previous
last
one.
to last
Yes,
meeting, we have officially requested NCVT to come up with school-based qualifications pack, because sometimes the modular approach of 400 hours industry rigor, that may not be possible
Yes.
in the school.
Yes.
Also we are aiming to offer short-term modular courses, so that even if the ongoing student who are studying physics, chemistry and maths, especially in grade 11 and 12, but they have a hobby kind of things, or maybe inclination towards learning automotive, learning tourism or financial market. So a short course.
8 hours is fine? 8 hour course?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can offer that.
Thank you very much. My sincere thanks to all the panelists for sparing their time and having this rich discussion. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful panel discussion. You have definitely given us some insights to think about. Let's have a round of applause for our wonderful moderator and the panelists. We would like to felicitate all our panelists, and for the same, may I please request Mr. Sahesh Tamani, CEO FADA to kindly come up on stage. We would like to thank our panel, Mr. Vikram Gulati, Dr. Rodney Revere, and Dr. Biswajit Saha, Mr. RCM Reddy, Mr. Matthew Johnson for joining us on the panel, and our moderator, Mr. Debabrata Ghosh. Can we all please have a group photograph along with your mementos? That is just a small token of appreciation from our end. Thank you very much to all the panelists and our moderator for the first panel session. Up next, we have Special Recognition Award, for which I would request on the dais Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, Mr. Sahesh Tamani, and I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Anupam Srivastava, Vice President Bajaj Auto, GC member ASGC. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you all special recognition awards. First up, in the category of long-term impact on vocational education, the award goes to the George Telegraph Training Institute, requesting Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Das, Joint Director, to come up and receive the award. They have been doing vocational training for more than 100 years. Up next, the Special Recognition Award for demonstrating innovation and leadership in road safety goes to State Transport Authority, Odisha. Although they are not here, we would like to congratulate them for receiving the special award. The next Special Recognition Award is for Industry Supported Training Center under Project Jivika, which goes to Hero Motorcorp Limited, requesting Mr. Rajesh Mukhija, CSR Advisor, and Mr. Rakesh Nagpal, GM Service, to receive this award. Recognition Award is for Standards and Content Service Provider, which goes to Staybees iTech Private Limited. Category of Standards and Content Service Provider, which goes to Growth Source. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Special Recognition Award for Expert Group Chairperson Manufacturing goes to Pradeep Kumar Kapse, ex-MD Eicher Motors. Definitely deserves a louder round of applause. Congratulations, sir. Before leaving, we would like you to say a few words.
Well, my throat is not very good. Sorry for that. But whatever it is, I am very, very thankful to Arindamji and ASDC and the team for recognizing me for this particular job which I have been doing. Now, I must dedicate this award to not only for myself, but to the entire team of industry partners over there when we created all the QPs and the NOSes for approval, and I'm very happy that a hell of a lot of them have been already done. Few of them are pending, but a lot of miles to go still based on the changes and the disruptions that are happening. I think it is very important that we continue to make changes. I remember in 2013, when this activity started, and I joined this ASDC sometime in 2016-17. And that was also incidental. Mr. Chaturvedi at that time was also living in my colony, and we used to discuss. That time I was busy with Eicher. And while we meet, he used to explain what all is happening in ASDC on the skilling side. And then after I retired, he said, why don't you come and at least meet me in the office? I want to show you. I want to seek your guidance. And that is how my journey started with ASDC. And I was very excited to see, the work being done by the team there. And I'm now about 5 years. I'm very proud that I think with the help of industry representatives and all of us together, I think we have done a commendable job. But we have miles to go and we have a lot to do. And particularly I must thank Garima, who has been the force behind when getting all the people there for various meeting sessions to complete all the QPs and NOSes that were there. So I think this new technology disruptions, Industry 4.0, electric vehicle, and the new opportunity that I have seen today, that the global requirement of skilled manpower that is going to be required by many countries outside. I think we have a big task available for ASDC, how to ramp up, scale up, and produce lakhs and lakhs of people every year to comply with the new standards of QPs and NOS that we have done, which have been approved by NCVT and all. I think thank you very much. I think with the spirit that we all have, I think we have a long way to go, but I'm sure in next 5 years, I think we would be doing a phenomenal job and making India a hub to select people from here to go abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inspiring us, sir. The next special recognition award for Expert Group Chairperson Sales goes to Nitin Kohli, Head of Sales and Dealer. Well, he is not here, but we congratulate him. Up next, the award for Expert Group Chairperson in Service goes to Sanjoy Gupta, VP Customer Care, Mahindra and Mahindra. Well, due to some exigency, he is also not here, but we have a message.
Hello. Automotive Skill Development Council was born 11 years back.
While we have Mr. Joshi collecting this award on behalf, we have a message.
Demand-supply gap between the industry and an aspiring workforce. In the past decade, ASDC has been able to supply large pool of skilled manpower to the apex manufacturing sector, that is the automotive industry and the allied businesses that develop around us. Skilled workforce is the strength of any industry, and ASDC has a very sharp focus to provide a platform to develop skilled manpower for India. In line with Atmanirbhar Bharat theme, ASDC is committed to train and impart skill to the youth of India who will be employable for a much smarter and demanding work ecosystem of the future. I have been associated with ASDC for 5 years now as a chair of the Service Experts Group. It was a privilege to work with colleagues from across industry OEMs, suppliers, and training partners. The diverse experience and knowledge that this group brought on the table helped us to contribute towards the objective of ASDC in making India self-reliant and making available a large pool of skilled manpower in line with the Atmanirbhar Bharat requirement. Automotive Skill Development Council is now starting its 12th year of journey, and I wish the council, its members and industry partners the very best for the future. Thank you.
And congratulations to you, sir. The next special recognition award is for Expert Group Chairperson Road Transportation, which goes to L. Sitharaman, who is the Senior Advisor, Maruti Suzuki India Limited.
At the outset,
while he's
I would
here
like
with
to
us, we also
congratulate
have a message from him playing. Up next is a special recognition award for Expert Group Chairperson Electric Vehicle, which goes to Kamal C. Vora from Emeritus Professor COEP.
This award just not goes to me, it goes to the entire team, the expert group on electric vehicle, who has helped us to develop various qualification packs. We have developed qualification packs for EV design engineer, EV test engineer, drivers, mechanics, technicians. So around 10 qualification packs have been developed with various levels from level 2 to level 5. And I'm sure there are many takers, there are many training institutes who are coming forward to use these QPs and convert them into training programs. And that's a good sign. With more penetration of electric vehicles in India, more of two-wheelers and also for four-wheelers, we will require a lot of skill development in these areas. And if we are not able to do so, we'll be in trouble. So it's very much necessary to ensure that more and more skill development happens in this area. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Next special recognition award is for Expert Group Member Manufacturing, that goes to Sudhanshu Shekhar Pandey. The same Paddy, that is Sudhanshu Shekhar Paddy, DGM HR Technical Training, Hero Motor Corp Limited. Rajiv Sharma, AVP Head Skill Development, JBM Group. Vinod Joshi, General Manager, Training and Technical Support, Automotive Division, Mahindra & Mahindra. Ajay Gupta, Senior Manager, VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. SK Mishra, Technical Advisor. Inviting on stage Mr. Atul Gaur, Assistant General Manager, Sales and Business Development, Bull Machines Private Limited. Alok Das, Director and COO from Revolta Motors. Anil Shikara, Deputy Commissioner South, Transport Department. I would request all of you to come together and also have a group photograph. Congratulations to all the special recognition award winners. Let's have a round of applause for all of them. Can we have all the EG group members and chairpersons on stage for a group photograph? again, and thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, let me remind you all to kindly give us your feedback, which you can do by scanning the QR code on your land card. I would like to thank all our sponsors, our title sponsor, Castrol India Limited, Platinum sponsor, Ascentive Educare Limited, LearnNet Skills Limited, Yuva Shakti Foundation, Distill Education and Technology Private Limited, our gold partners, Exalta Coatings, KCG Institute of Technology, Royal Enfield, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, TCS Ion, and our silver partners, Auto Cluster, Bidar, Inca Tech Solution Private Limited, DIG Guru Mobility Private Limited, Fuji Software Private Limited, Growth Source, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, SGRS Academic Private Limited, Softzeal Technology Private Limited, Sukha Karta General Engineering Cluster Private Limited, the George Telegraph Training Institute, Toyota Kirloskar Motors and Trendsetters Skill Accessories Private Limited. We shall all break for lunch now, go have a hearty meal and try to assemble back in 45 minutes. Thank you. Hall, and please be seated. Requesting all the guests to kindly come inside the hall and take your seats, please. We are all set to begin with our second panel discussion.
As well as fostering innovations.
I thanks ASDC and the Marathwada Auto Cluster for providing this platform for us for gaining a practical skill along with the theoretical one.
In Don Bosco, under the guidance of our principal Amar Prabhu, I completed my auto mechanical training, and along the years he has...
Gentlemen, starting with our second panel discussion on skilling for future technologies in automotive industry. Inviting our moderator for the session, Mr. Musarrat Hussain, who is the Senior Advisor of Leadership and Functional School. He is also the member of CII Regional Committee on HR and IR Northern Region, CII Regional Committee on Skill Development and Livelihood. He is also a life member of IMA, NIPM, NHRD, IICD and ISTD. Can we please have a moderator on the panel here on the dais? Inviting our first panelist, Mr. Shivam Khattar, who is the Strategy and Planning Lead Blue Smart, looks over investment growth and strategic initiatives at Blue Smart. He has done his MBA from IIM Rohtak. Up next on the panel, we have Dr. B.K. Panigrahi, who is a Professor of Electrical Engineering and Head of Center for Automotive Research and Tribology, IIT Delhi. He has also served as a Faculty of Electrical Engineering, UCE Burla, Sambalpur, Odisha, and has published more than 600 research papers. Mr. Dharam Rakshit, who is a human resource leader with diverse industry experience from auto, FMCG, engineering and construction industries, has rich experience of more than 2 decades spanning across extensive work on HR strategy, change management, employee relationship transformation, employee engagement and leadership development. He is also a certified executive coach. That's all we have on the panel now. Over to our moderator, Mr. Hussain. Yes, if you are comfortable with this, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, most difficult session post lunch. And I have the honor of doing it each time. Wherever I go, I get the session post lunch. So the challenge of keeping everybody awake is too much. But we have very eminent panelists with us and hope to keep the discussion very exciting. So basically, when we are talking about automotive and the disruption that we are seeing in automotive, and when we are talking about skilling landscape, about the future technologies, this is one area where a lot of challenges are there. So I still remember way back when in Maruti we were looking at full design and all, and Rosan is sitting here. Some of the areas where we were actually venturing, we had no one available in India, to actually do that, and we had to get experts from outside to actually train and teach our people, including if you look at crash or clay modeling or many other areas where you don't have actually real experts available, and it has taken actually long time to develop what you call sensei in Japanese, or guru. So it's difficult to get the talent, and it's very difficult and it takes time to build that kind of talent. But when we are looking at the digital disruption that we are talking about, and it's been talked each time. So when we are talking about connected cars or IoT platforms, we are talking about autonomous cars, shared mobility, electric vehicles, digital enterprise. We talk a lot about Industry 4.0 and now moving to Industry 5.0, shift to digital retailing, and then zero tailpipe emission. New business model itself is evolving, and when we are looking at the kind of people who are getting into the Gen Zers as a decision maker, the whole system is actually changing. And in that scenario, what is very important is that how do we equip ourselves for future? And future is coming very fast, and the disruptions are happening in a very big way. So we have today eminent panelists sitting here, and we would like to basically talk to each one of them and try to understand on this landscape a little bit. So we have Shivam Khattar from Blue Smart, and this is again in the mobility sector. You are seeing the kind of disruption. So basically I'll start with him and try to understand from him that what are the disruptive technologies that you are seeing in this your space, and how the skilling ecosystem you are going to actually equip. Can you throw some light? You can take this mic.
I think this is working.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I think from an electric mobility standpoint, we are at the forefront of this revolution. In terms of both creating an ecosystem, you require skilled manpower. That is true, especially from a servicing vehicles point of view. So we have dedicated team which tries to service all those vehicles which are after sales service, both in terms of, let's say, from an OEM standpoint, also as well as from a third party point standpoint. Now, the disruption that we are seeing is both in terms of electric mobility, not in terms of vehicles, but on the charging front as well, where we are seeing different charging standards being coming on. And so extensive knowledge is required to be able to equip and use the charging infrastructure, because not just creating those is not sufficient. You have to have someone who can equip them and use them as well. So what we see going in the future is both from a government standpoint and from a company like Blue Smart standpoint, in terms of some partnerships, in terms of, let's say, a scaling program. Both, so I was talking to Sir, where they have a drive initiative from IIT Delhi, and we are trying to forge some partnerships in terms of both what we have learned so far in, let's say, by traveling. We have traveled more than 85 million clean kilometers right now. So inculcate our learnings on how to operate those vehicles, how to get the best out of them, not from just from an operational standpoint as well. Because an EV is not your regular vehicles. It consists of lesser parts, but more sophisticated parts. So someone has to be at the knowledge of how do you operate them, at the best efficiency, in terms of, let's say, smaller manufacturing, smaller errors or something which are coming into your way. So how do you service them in the lowest time possible? So we are trying to establish some partnerships in the forefront for now.
So you have lot of safety issues, and especially related to after post sales and service. So in terms of what kind of training or skilling, because you were saying that you had more than 2,000 fleet within the NCR region itself. How do you ensure that the skilling part?
Great that you asked this. So we have. Great that you asked that, sir. So safety is at the forefront of what we have been building our brand upon. Is we have a zero tolerance, zero incident policy. So we have dedicated HSSC teams based on the hubs that we are operating in. So BlueSmart have different charging hubs which can park and charge around 100 to 150 cars. You can imagine the scale that we are talking about here. So we have 16 such hubs right now, and each hub has an HHSC, which is your health and safety manager, which maintains, which oversees every movement of the vehicles that is coming through. In terms of preventative maintenance as well, which is very important in order to reduce any safety-related incidents that might happen in the way. And we're fortunate to say that we have not experienced a single incident since 3 years that we have been running so far.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll move to Professor B.K. Panigrahi and would like to hear from you on the same question that I asked him on the new disruptive technologies that you foresee in future in the automotive landscape, and then again your comment on the skilling ecosystem.
Yeah. So thanks for inviting me to this particular. Perhaps I am the odd man out in this scenario, being an academician. But surely, whenever we take academics, it must be for some purpose. We should reach to the society. So pertaining to this EV, all of us know that there are so many incentives are given to promote this EV. So many schemes are by various government, whether state government, central government, various policy planning body. Now coming to your question regarding the technology which we are banking upon to have a safe EV, there are three different things I can tell. One is the vehicle itself. Second one is the battery, which is most important part of this, because you can tell we are just sitting on the fire. Then the third one is the charging infrastructure, which my companion has just told. So when we want to develop the skilling or technology, we have to develop the technology in these three fronts. Regarding the vehicle, so when I am talking of the vehicle, it comes the drivetrain, the motor, the power electronics and other things. Then comes your battery, a safe battery, various cooling system for the battery, because everybody is having that anxiety, how much safe the battery is. Then another thing which we are also forgetting, maybe that is a bigger question, the reusability of this battery in a later stage, or the discarding of this battery at a later stage. That also we have to think now, because we cannot leave it alone. Then the third important point is the charging infrastructure. Maybe my vehicle is ready, but we have to skill our personnel in various charging infrastructure. Rightly pointed out, there are different type of charging, different standards existing. You have slow charger, you have the fast charger, and definitely the OEM, the battery operator, the battery manufacturer, they will give you, my battery life is this for a particular standard charging. You can't have fast charging every time, like just you was pointed out in the beginning, some fast charging, some slow charging. So whenever we have to develop the skill, we have to develop the skill in these three forefronts. And the technology, there are some technology, of course we are dependent on other countries now, but I must thank our government's initiative for Atmanirbhar Bharat and Skill India and whatever. So many technology are now inbreeding. So that's why when we are talking of the Sahayog, the point I am taking, the EV domain at present is not a competitive market. We should not compete with each other. We should cooperate with each other at the present stage to promote it. So the cooperation should come from all the sectors to skill, or the previous panelist has told, or upskill or reskill. So a simple question just comes to my mind. If I am going with my IC engine vehicle, even if a two-wheeler or three-wheeler, and there are so many mechanics in and around 1 kilometer radius, how many of the mechanics is having automobile engineering degree? Nothing. just an under matriculate with a half pant, but he is almost 50% mechanic, he can solve your problem. So why not we try, and perhaps SDC is working in that. So this is a responsibility all of us. Even in the previous session, the CBSE, Dr. Saha also told same thing. So we have to cooperate with each other. We can reskill them, so that is the main anxiety now. Always we are discussing about the range anxiety, always we are discussing about the anxiety of the safety. But similarly, my point is, if my vehicle stops on the road, I don't know where to go. So that manpower has to be developed, not only in the higher education level like IIT, it starts from the very basic school level, whatever we have discussed in the morning, to the ITI, vocational, to diploma, to the graduation, to post-graduation, and postdoctoral, we can tell. So there is a series we have to learn. So that is just my point to put it forward. So where we need the academia and industry should come together and try to solve this problem, or try to make our EV adaptation more and more easier. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dharm, I'll now go to you, and I'll ask you same question. So in your two-wheeler segment, and especially in the automotive, the disruptive technologies that you're seeing around all the system that I talked about, what is your thought on that? And then again, the same question, the skilling ecosystem, how you are going to, because you are the world's largest. So throw some light on that.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Interesting piece like this thing that we had been always in the disruptor in this very kind of the field. We were the first to introduce the IC engine to the India way back in 1985. Although some of the players have already come into the EV segment, but we are again going to disrupt the entire market, because very soon we are going to roll out our EV vehicle on the road. For us, the skilling part, if I see this way thing, that is a 3-stage, always keep evolving. Because even though you see this thing, the IC engines, the technology will always keep changing. So we moved from IC from the BS3 to BS4, BS6, and every time that there was a challenge that how the manpower, what my other speakers were also mentioning, you are going to reskill them, and when you are talking about the reskilling, you have to firstly unskill them and then have to reskill them. That was always a challenge. The auto industry has always faced that kind of challenge. So from that very challenge point of view, I don't feel there are any challenges for the automotive sector, because they have mastered the art of skilling, reskilling, again the skilling kind of a thing, because we have been facing a disruptive technology, disruptive kind of things which will keep coming. Now, I don't feel this thing that the EV is only the answer to the current situation, because it will keep evolving, and to my mind, we need to also gather ourselves and collaborate what is going to be the more futuristic technology, and how we are going to prepare our manpower so that when that technology is invented at the same time and the market is ready, the manpower is also ready to give on the commercial scale that kind of a thing. Because currently, what kind of the EV has been rolled out, I find the thing that there is a problem in the scaling up commercially, because some of the vehicles were getting fire, the charging issues were there, the range was one of the biggest issue. So that's why it is important that we need to understand, when we have to commercially scale up that very technology, what kind of the skills are required, are we ready? And for that, I feel this thing, all the partners, including competitors, should come together, collaborate in that very space, so that India become one of the biggest hub of the EV vehicles. So that's my limited points in currently.
Okay, thank you, Dharm. So now I'll come to a very pertinent question, is that these disrupting technologies or emerging technologies, what is happening is that many skills are going to become redundant, and newer skills have to be adopted. So as far as the job market or employment opportunities are concerned, what I would like to understand is that, for example, typically many kind of people who are trained in particular thing may not be required in future at all. So in that context, each one of you, I would like to understand that, as far as the employment opportunities are concerned, what is your thought on these technologies are going to disrupt? Any thought that you have? What job will literally go away in your segment or areas, and what newer one you envisage will create more employment opportunities? And we have seen in many areas, newer opportunities coming.
So if you see, currently if you use the four-wheeler, how many components are there? Rotatory components, more than 1,000. If you see the two-wheelers, more than the 1,000 also, the rotatory components are there. But if you go to the EV kind of technology, only the few hundred rotatory components would be there inside the vehicle. Certainly it is going to have to impact the entire job scenario, top to bottom. That is going to happen. But at the same time, it is also going to open a lot of the new openings. Because say, few years back, we were not talking about the battery technology. Battery was being used either in the automotive for a very small purpose, or the battery was being used for a different purpose. Now the battery is taking the core space into entire process. Now the fast charging technology, their infra, those kind of jobs are being created. Okay, so I feel this thing, jobs are not becoming redundant, but at the same time the new jobs are taking place. So as a HR professional, I always see this thing, what are the opportunities evolving for us? The opportunities are evolving or not evolving, because it may be restricting somewhere, but it is evolving somewhere. For example, I will just give a very different example. When the e-commerce came, you find a lot of delivery boys jobs were created.
Yes.
Similarly, it is going to happen because the battery technology, if you see this thing, somewhere the charging technology, swapping technology, then after it may be possible that going forward, you will have a runners who just give a call that my battery is out, and then someone will come and replace your battery. That kind of things are going to happen. And that's why the new segment of job will evolve. If you see the World Economic Forum reports also, most of the traditional repetitive jobs are going to die. But what are the jobs which are coming? The new space are coming. Whether the question here, like the thing, are we ready? As an industry or as a country, we are ready to actually adopt and see this thing, that whether the new jobs which are emerging out, are we ready for that thing? Because most of the countries like Australia or you see the Middle East countries, they are struggling to have a skilled manpower because they have never planned. But I am very confident in terms of India that we are ready. We have understood the situation. We have already planned how we are going to address the situation which are emerging in the future. For example, I will just take the example of the Hero MotoCorp. This is a continuous process of the skilling, reskilling, whether jobs are becoming redundant, how we are going, those persons are going to be rehabilitated, which are the new technology taking place. For example, we move to the manual pen technology to the robotics pen technology. We skill the people. We created the job for the youth. That's why I see the entire space will evolve.
Yeah, Shivam, you have anything to add in your
I think
segment?
sir has put it very beautifully. One thing I would like to add is we need more people who can diagnose the problems in an efficient manner. You don't need mechanical jobs for now in terms of, let's say, changing the filters, which we used to be the basics of ICE cars, right? For EVs especially, I think you need people who can analyze because as of right now, every component is being controlled by a semiconductor chip. So you need people who can understand that technology. You need people who can basically solve those problems which are occurring on a real-time basis. Especially, so scaling of basically your everyday mechanic, that scaling is really important. Who understands very basic problems such as load balancing of a battery, especially because let's say AC being not working for an EV, because which can be a bit of an issue because the technology is completely different how it operates for an ICE vehicle versus an EV. So I think those jobs will get created. Also in terms of more data-driven jobs, which will definitely boost the sector, which means that we need to create learning opportunities and employment opportunities for those individuals so as to make the market better. At the same time, it has to be done on a grassroots level as well. So both for let's say a blue collar job, as well as on a white collar level, the skills will be different. I believe that jobs will not be lost, they'll just be transferred to another skill set.
Okay. So, Dr. Panigrahi, you have any comment on this?
Yeah. So, I'll make here two distinct division. What exactly we want to, because you told if we are trying to promote the EV or maybe in a later stage the hydrogen vehicle or whatever. So now we have a transition from IC engines to that particular one. So there may be a fear that it will lose some jobs, but exactly I agree with Shibam as well as Dharamji. We are not going to lose any job, rather than we are creating a job. If you look into the EV, let me tell about the engineering sector, because being a faculty in electrical engineering or mechanical engineering or something, so EV either to develop the products or to have different components of the EV, if you are looking into, you need the expertise of every engineer. You need mechanical engineer, you need electrical engineer, you need electronics communication engineer, because nowadays SUV class is coming with so many infotainment system, and we are talking of the connected vehicle and autonomous vehicle. So you need the computer engineer, because as well as Shibam has categorically told, there are so many entities who are coming forward to take these EVs like him for the intelligent transport management system. And rather, it's a good thing if you really need to reduce the pollution and other things, particularly in Delhi, then definitely if you want to adopt the EV, all of us should go for the mass transit instead of individual vehicle. So they are doing a good job for that, but for that, they need the manpower who will manage all these things. So you need some data engineers, data analysts and all other things. So there is absolutely no question of losing a job, rather than we are creating different verticals in different fields and creation of the job, rather than giving to a job for a particular domain or particular expertise. Now you can see all the expertise are come together. So that's why in the beginning I told EV is such a domain where we need cooperation of everybody. And it is such a domain, even if I want to develop the manpower or reskilling, only a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer or electronics communication engineer or a chemical engineer or a computer engineer cannot make a module or course to reskill. So all of us should sit together, define a course module depending on the requirement of the OEMs, depending on the requirement of the other people. So that's why it will definitely increase the job opportunity, and I am sure we are going to create more and more jobs for this, because the avenues are very, very more. And similarly, also we can develop for the, I may repair the battery part or something, but I may not be able to repair the infotainment system. So that's why you need different skills. So it will definitely increase the job market in India in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was just going through the, automotive mission plan, and when we talk about future technologies in the entire automotive landscape, they are talking about traffic management, pedestrian access, highway engineering, usage-based insurance and infotainment. We keep hearing about all these new things, and I am sure that in these areas, skilling opportunities would be definitely there, because we need people to work on these areas. And secondly, the thing is that the kind of challenges also we will face, because that kind of skill is also not available in India. So you have anything on that also? Any thoughts on these kind of things, pedestrian access or traffic management? These are becoming very complex and automated. Use of AI, all those will be very much there in times to come.
Yeah. So yes, you have raised a pertinent question. So when I am talking of the smart transport system, so I don't bother whether in the transport system there are IC engine vehicles or EVs. Okay. So there each vehicle is a vehicle. So we have to an effective transport management system, and we have to have an effective pedestrian safety also. So pedestrian safety is very, very important in all other cases. But in some of the cases, if you are using the EV and other things, then I may go into a smart charging system. I'll give just one example, because that is very well suited to our Delhi NCR.
Okay.
If we will go to Noida or Gurgaon, then tall buildings, 500 residents are there, Somebody staying in 30th floor is having a scooter but don't have a point to charge in the ground floor. So even if in my colony I have seen somebody taking the battery and going on the lift and charging in the home itself. So you can imagine how much safe is it when you are taking the battery from your two-wheeler, going on the lift to the 7th floor and charging on the 7th floor. So now why this happens? Because the facility, the charging facility is not available. And even if we are taking, okay, in a colony there are some charging facilities available, that may not be enough. And nobody also wants to come down from the 10th floor or 11th floor in the night to put the charging in the vehicle. And so that's why we have to create a very nice charging infrastructure. And when we are creating the charging infrastructure and immediately we are forgetting, because that is my duty as an electrical engineer to look into the interest of the power unit, power supply unit. So now if you can think of 100 chargers charging together, putting on at the same time to the grid, you can imagine how much current it will take from the transformer and what will happen to the utility transformer at that time. So cannot we have a smart charging management system? Because it has to. I am giving a very small example. If you go to a bigger example, you can think of charging the bus, 100 buses in a depot at the same time. Oh my God, this is a very, very critical scenario. So that's why we have to think of, there are so many avenues to create the safety, to create the intelligent management system of the assets, to create the cooperation among everybody and to take it forward. Yeah.
Can I add something? I'm very different
sure,
perspective.
Sure. Yeah, please.
Since he talked about the infrastructure, the vehicle has also to be smart enough. Sometimes back when I had to change my car, and I was looking for something like the car of the future, not of the today kind of a things. And my car today, I find the thing, this car is full of the sensors, full of the technology kind of a things. Yesterday, there was a huge heavy rain in the Gurgaon, and when my driver opened the car, he saw the pop-up came, okay, there is a heavy rain. When we were going like this thing, there was the water logging, it showed this a sensor showed this thing. So it is not about the integrated system, about the, when you talk about the infrastructure, at the same time the vehicles has to also to be equipped with the futuristic technology. And that's why I see this thing, the entire mobility sector is moving toward the technology rather than to have automotive or something like this thing, because the future of mobility becomes the technology driven, completely technology driven kind of a thing. Sometimes back, I think 2014-15, when the concept of came like a smart city. Yeah. And the smart city concept was to integrate everything. Because when you are on the traffic system is so dumb, it doesn't know this thing, how many vehicles are there. So, but it will, the timer has been set for the 1 minute, so it will be 1 minute, there is no vehicle, but you have to stay for the 1 minute. Now, when the sensor technology, other kind of things are, that connected kind of things are there, you can come to know this thing that the traffic signal has an artificial intelligence, they understand. There is no vehicle, so why there is a 31 minute kind of the waiting time. And that's why we need to relate, because nothing can be dealt in isolation. Your vehicle needs to be a smart vehicle, your city should be the smart city, and all should be interconnected and integrated. That's why we will have a very, very comprehensive solution.
Anything you would, yeah.
Just to add,
please add.
Told, the more smarter we are becoming, the more fear is bearing in my mind. Because if I have 5 smart cards in my pocket, then definitely I will have a sleepless night. So why I am telling this creates another avenue also for the employment, that is the security. So while talking of the smart sensor system, while talking of the smart card system, while talking of the smart driving system, so it needs also security. So cyber security is another area where this AI, ML, etc. will come into the picture. So that's why my focus is only to tell you, nothing to worry that the job will be gone. Be happy. Many job avenue will be created by this particular venture.
Yes, Shivam, you have to add anything here?
I think sir, both have put it very beautifully. I think integration of both mapping technology, traffic management system, vehicles and especially the passenger has to be done on a more organic level. How it can be done is, right now what we are monitoring is vehicles on a telematics basis, but we are not monitoring let's say the driver behavior, the driver, I would say how they are driving the vehicle. if let's say if they're trying to follow, if they're falling asleep or not. So I think monitoring also on the driver basis is also going to happen in the very near future, which also creates new opportunities. So I think if you look at the entire ocean of mobility as in general, there are many opportunities that are going to come, which will be very skilled in nature, which will be very pertinent to a particular domain. For example, you'll have engineers who will just be creating algorithms to how to keep the traffic at the bare more efficient basis. How do you operate? As sir envisioned it, how do you operate the traffic lights on a most efficient basis? How do you maintain? How do you foresee that this particular vehicle needs to get let's say maintenance done? How do you get that information done, transferred to the passenger, to the driver, basically driver of the vehicle, as well as the OEM who will be servicing that. So I think the interconnection will be very necessary, and it will. And the change is already coming. I think we are already there right now. We are at the early adopter stage of this technology. By I think in the next 2-3 years we'll be in the early majority stage of the interconnected mobility.
Yeah, thank you. So we have talked about this future tech in automotive, and we have heard beautiful views by the panelists here. So now I think we have 10 minutes left with us, so we can take some questions from the audience, and you have all these people sitting here, so please take advantage of that. So maybe we can take few questions. Anybody can take the mic. Yeah, please. Don't worry. Yeah, any questions? So many people from automotive industry and they are not asking any question. Please question them. I have questioned the Blue Smart guy because why their car takes 5 hours to book. So that was the question I asked him before the session. So please ask these people. You have a professor from IIT, please ask him. I think post-lunch session is very difficult. So it's a siesta time.
Hello.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Myself Sudhir Vishwakarma from Bhopal, and I have one question is there. Why the long range, what is the problem of the long range actually? Long range kilometers, like in case of Ola or something like that, the 135 kilometer. Again, they have claimed for the 180 kilometers. And they have just changed the speed of that particular vehicle. Means it is around more than 60 or 70 kilometers per hour. They have just reduced down to the 40 kilometers per hour and claim for the 180 kilometers. So how this is happening actually?
I think.
Can you just elaborate on that?
You are talking of once I charge my vehicle, why the range is differing?
I'm talking about the range actually. How they have changed the ranges actually.
So the range is dependent on the battery capacity. Whatever your battery capacity, based on the battery capacity and the driving condition is another thing. And the third important thing is the life of the battery. Because the way, even if our mobile battery is working, is same, lithium-ion battery. If it is a new battery, then you know it is going for 2 days or 3 days if you are charging. But it is becoming 1 year or 2 year old, then you might see. So somebody give very nice example of charging the battery is equivalent to pouring the wine in a wine bottle. So initially it shows a faster rate of growth, but gradually it comes to the saturation. So as the life goes on, then the charging is becoming difficult. So that's why the type of charging and other things depends on the range of the battery. I hope that is one, and the type of the battery. What is the type of the battery or chemistry of the battery you are using for that?
And third, I understand how you are driving, because when you are driving the fossil fuel cars, okay, or the two-wheelers or three-wheelers, you find a similar kind of thing. That driving skills also determines what kind of the mileage you are going to take out from the vehicle. Okay, so all the three factors are very important to decide the. Moreover, the always the technology is evolving, because you see this thing previously when the mobile batteries were there, after 8 to 10 hours that used to exhaust. Now many of the companies are claiming this thing that the battery charging, once you charge, it is 24 hours, 48 hours and 72 hours. Even the Apple, which was the known for not having a good battery life kind of things, they are now also coming on 24 hours kind of a things, like capacity kind of thing.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I hope this has answered your question. Yeah, next question please, because we don't have much time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kailash Patija, Head CSR from SAR Group of Companies. My question is directed to Professor Panigrahi. Since we are talking about technology transfer and technology improvements, so we are interested to know what do we stand about using hydrogen as fuel for India? What is the scope and what is the present status?
See, government is pushing particularly for the fuel cell. Another one is hydrogen based fuel cell and hydrogen based vehicle. And you see, this is in the research stage in many of the institutes till now, and always there is a dilemma. See, that is my personal feeling. Now we are just talking of the EV, and suddenly we are diverting towards the hydrogen, then we may divert to something, but let us settle in one initially, and definitely the hydrogen based is the future. It will come, because you know, for the battery, this lithium ion battery and other things, we are dependent on somebody else. We don't have that much. But the main problem is, if you want to promote the hydrogen based vehicle, this is well and good. This is definitely the future. So I am talking of the present, which is available, lithium ion battery and the safety of lithium ion battery and all these things. And particularly to answer your question, there are various IITs, as far as I know, they are trying to have the hydrogen based vehicle, even if some trial of the hydrogen based two-wheelers are already there, even if biogas based and other based are there. And definitely that is the future, and we have to shift to those, as particularly for the lithium ion battery, we don't have that much of resources on our own. So that's why your question is very valid. Maybe at present we are not that much serious of using this hydrogen. Maybe we are trying, and definitely being an academician or something, or being an OEM, just today I told you, you just change your IC engine to EV, then day after tomorrow I will tell you, you change this to the hydrogen, then I don't know how you will take it and how you will adapt it. And similarly, the scaling and reskilling will also be done in that manner. So in a lighter note, I can tell you, whatever is the present option, we are having more options. Let us focus on that particular option and try to settle it in a particular framework, and definitely we will try for the future, which is the hydrogen based vehicle. That is my personal opinion.
I think just to add to Sir's point, to scale any product for any mass adoption, I think the scalability factor is very, very important, especially for hydrogen based fuel cell technology. If you just check, more than 80%, 90% of the hydrogen fuel stations are present in the California region when they were experimenting with that. One of the major challenges that they found was the transportation of hydrogen as a fuel, which requires special types of tankers, which is very expensive in nature. Also, it takes a large amount of volume. So hence it could not catch up. While I'm not trying to be biased, but EVs caught up really quickly, because what you need is electricity. Electricity is all around us. It's easier to scale the business for now. There are multiple benefits for hydrogen-based cells, that it charges it takes, I think, not even a minute to charge, to fuel up the vehicle. But at the same time, there are different challenges, logistical challenges, which are currently present for now. Maybe in the next few years it catches up.
So thank you very much, and I'll close this session here because we are running short of time. We have another panel eagerly waiting, so I'll not take their time. So thank you very much, audience, and thank you very much, Shivam and Dr. Panigrahi and Dharm Rakshit. Thank you very much for your comments, and these people would be available in your next tea break or whatever. If you have any question, please ask them. So thank you very much. We come to the end of the session. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. May I please request Mr. Anupam Srivastava, Vice President, Service Intra-City Business Unit, Bajaj Auto Limited, Pune, to kindly come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our moderator and our panel. We'd like to thank our moderator, Mr. Musarrat Hussain, for this wonderful session, and our panelists, Mr. Shivam Khattar, Dr. B.K. Panigrahi, and Mr. Dharm Rakshit. I would request the panel to have a group photograph along with their mementos once. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will take this opportunity to once again thank all our sponsors for supporting us in this initiative, and we value your feedback, so you can scan your QR code and give us your very valuable feedback. बोलूं? Well, we have set up the stage for our third panel discussion on effective implementation of skilling programs to enhance employability. First up, I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Arun Kumar Malhotra, who is an automotive industry veteran. Since 1983, he has worked with various automobile manufacturers in India, served as the managing director of Nissan Motors India between 2014 and 2018. With more than 3 decades of experience in the Indian auto industry, he has worked in the areas like brand building, strategic marketing, retail network expansion, training, rural marketing, customer-centric initiatives, industry policies, and much more. He has also served as an executive council member of SIAM. Thank you for joining us today, sir. On a panel, we have Mr. B.V. Sudarshan, who is the Deputy Managing Director and Board Member of Netter Technical Training Foundation, also known as NTTF. He has more than 28 years of experience in operations management, lean management, and supply chain management across automotive, engineering, and multinational companies. Next up, we have Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, who heads partnerships for TCS Vocational Education segment. He has more than 30 years of experience at senior levels in private sector and at National Skill Development Corporation. May I now invite Mr. R.V. Rao, one of the most eminent personalities in Indian automotive industry. He is currently a visiting senior fellow in Center for Sustainable Mobility Group for TERI. He has a career at Maruti Suzuki spanning 36 years. He spearheaded research and development activities at Maruti Suzuki India Limited for quite a long time. And finally, on the panel, we have Mr. Neeraj Hans, who's a mechanical engineer, MBA, and a professional with more than 30 years of experience in automotive industry, has worked with companies like Eicher Tractors, Hero Group, Daewoo India, Honda, Fiat, and Iveco. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our entire panel and the moderator. Gentlemen, may I request you to kindly rise up for a group photograph before we begin the session. Over to you, Mr. Malhotra.
Thank you very much. You know, it's always a difficult challenge having a last session. The previous moderator mentioned this, and I would say the challenge becomes more in the last session, when people have to catch trains, flights, or they have to go back home. And you know, the Duckworth-Lewis method, which you see in cricket, also starts prevailing when the organizers start saying that your time is running out. So the wickets are, and people who chase on Duckworth-Lewis always are on the defending side or always on the defeating side. But let's hope it's not the case here. The topic today is effective implementation of skilling programs to enhance employability. And when I looked at this topic, I looked at 3 points. One were 3 E's: effective, we looked at enhance, and we looked at employability. And the assumption here is that we have the skilling content, but we need to do it better. You know, when I was looking at effective implementation, I remembered a simple thing in physics we learned in school. And though most of you must have done physics, how many have not done physics in school? Can you raise your hands? At least I know people are awake. Okay, only there's one lady who's not done 2, 3. So don't worry, you haven't lost out much. You know, there's a law in physics called transmission losses, which is I square R, square of current into resistance. And effective implementation means that you have to reduce I square R. And I square R's have been generally high as far as training is concerned. But I think coming to a much serious note, one of the challenges which our country faces clearly and came out in the education policy also is that, you know, we have academia. When you say academia, we have learning, and then we have practice, which is industry. And there's an old saying of Mark Twain, East is East and West is West and never the twain shall meet. I hope it's not true for this area. The twain was running parallelly, it has started meeting now. And this is an area which we want to do. But I think we need to examine what we need to do differently. And I think we'll start off right from taking a snapshot of where we stand today in the last 2 years. But before that, it's my job to present the very eminent panelist. I was just counting the years of experience of the 4, not mine. My quality experience may be lower, but effective. It runs into 125 years of relevant experience. So that's a lot of experience speaking. And to start is Mr. I.V. Rao. I call him the Bhisham Pitama of R&D in India. Anybody disagrees with me? Or you want to call him the Dadabhai Naroji, the grand old man of R&D? Only thing is Dadabhai Naroji had a long beard, he has a shorter beard. That's the only thing which is there. Then we have Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary. And you know, you see in Tridev, you know, you have Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. He's done industry. He's done skilling organizations, and now he's into vocational through one of the top consultancies of the country. So welcome the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh of the auto industry as far as skilling training is concerned. And then is Mr. Sudarshan, very sober, solid, secure, more like Rahul Dravid, very focused on training, and this is training the organization has been doing. He's Deputy Managing Director of NTTF. So a lot of value is added, and I'm sure his experience stands in good stead. And last but not the least, on my immediate left is Mr. Neeraj Hans, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Sandhar Technology, one of the top auto ancillary companies. Got 9-10 plants, also plants abroad. He was telling me Romania, and which other country you said, told me? So I hope we can have the next conference there, and you could be a host there. That would be there. And I think he can add a lot of value from the manufacturing side. So you have somebody who can focus clearly on R&D, Mr. I.V. Rao, clearly on manufacturing. And then also we have Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, who's focusing from the TCS side on basically hybrid training. But there's a lot happening. But before we jump to it, the first question I'll ask each of the panelists to open it up. What are the things which have changed in the last 2.5 years in the job of skilling effectiveness for employability? The changes may be positive, negative, or neutral. Starting from you, Mr. I.V. Rao. And you're free. If you think everything is negative, it can be negative. Everything is positive, you're free. It's a liberal country.
Actually, this issue of employability of engineers is there always, even when we were having only IC vehicles. It's not a new thing which has come because of the electrification of mobility. uh, there is a gap, perceived gap between the capability, skill levels of the engineers, especially coming out of the colleges, and the expectations of the industry. So as a result, the industry spends almost a year and a half to train the fresh joinees to bring them up to their requirements to deliver work. And in last 4-5 years, things are slightly changing, and there is a lot of discussion and interaction between the institutes and the industry to modify the course curriculum to make them more industry ready. I personally feel it needs to be much more, and what is main issue lacking, which would make engineers more industry ready, would be the exposure to industry. Very few institutes have the apprentice, these summer training internship as a compulsory requirement in the course. As a result, many engineering students coming out of the colleges have never seen any industry, and they are not really conversant with what happens in the industry. I think the exposure to industry will make them understand things better, and also the interactions or exposure to the way various systems work in the industry will make their learning in the colleges much better. So these things are improving, but I think it's still not up to the expected levels.
Mr. I.V. Rao is a strict schoolmaster. He says people come with fertile minds or open mind and it's a level playing field. We have to train everybody afresh. But things are changing. But दिल्ली अभी बहुत दूर है.
बहुत दूर है.
ये मैंने दूर कहा, इन्होंने बहुत दूर कर दिया. Coming to you, Mr. Sudarshan. Do you agree with the view of Mr. I.V. Rao, or you think 2-3 years last, especially during the COVID time, things have changed for the better?
Yeah, from the training perspective, it's a mixed one. Especially the last 2 years, a lot of digital influence has happened, which has reduced the physical presence and increased the online. And when you take the regular academia versus skilling, the skilling has suffered a bit, because I attended global conference after 2 years. Worldwide, TVET has suffered a bit because they were not ready to influence the hands-on skilling, because traditionally vocational skilling is about 60 to 70% of hands-on. No matter, you can bring online simulation, traditional lab simulators, everything, but still they were not entirely ready. But all of them gathered quickly within 6 to 1 year. They come out with a great flexibility and creativity to adapt these changes. So that is one thing. And number two, when we talk about the skilling, it's overall development. It is not just the technical skills or whatever it is. See, the attitude development, the overall development has taken a big hit, because no matter what we teach in the online, the people always observe what you do. So they learn from what you're doing and what you're teaching. As a trainers and other fellows, the influence on the student in this aspect of overall development was severely lagging, which we see now in last 6 to 9 months, the people coming on board, and it's more joyful learning than before. So in that context, it's a mixed one, but one big thing has happened is lot of LMS, learning management system, net tech companies went into a race in a big way in last 2 years. They said they are going to change the world of education. But how many are surviving today? Because people have realized it is not everything online. There has to be something physical in it. So that's where I stop now.
What Mr. Sudarshan is saying, that last 2 years, a lot of developments have taken place on online in terms of learning management system. But skilling took a back seat because there is no, you can say, substitute for hands-on exposure or hands-on experience. And he says when we are looking at skilling in technical, one of the mistakes we make is we looking skilling in only in technical perspective. And he's saying your attitude, your perspective, your inclination, your motivation, these softer aspects are also important. Coming to Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, your organization, which you are now vertically, you're head of the TCS and vocational thing, and clearly there is something which is happening differently. Do you agree with Mr. Views of Mr. Sudarshan, or you think there is something which is happening very differently? Because I started with Mr. Ivy Rao, he gave where we stand 3 out of 10. When I came to Mr. Sudarshan, I would say score was 5.5 out of 10 in some ways. Where we stand today, what the path we progressed. Now I don't want you to just improve, it has not to be arithmetic progression, but your views clearly we want to know.
So can I take the liberty of saying that I agree both with Mr. Rao and Mr. Sudarshan? So if I were to make
Larry साहब बहुत challenge है आपने देख लिया आप जरा ध्यान दीजिए अभी लोग कह रहे हैं कि below 5 पे चल रहे हैं so lot of work for Mr. Larry to do. He'll start smiling less at the end of the conclave.
Yeah. So I'll begin by making a sweeping statement, and I don't think I'll be wrong. I think each and every one of us present in this room today is in some way associated in developing talent. We are there from industry, from academia, as you said, training institutions, from various other bodies. Unfortunately, we still work in silos, whether we agree or not. Whereas what is required from the learner's perspective is ideally, if we were to look at the entire journey for a learner, right from career counseling to the training, to assessments, to employment, in a seamless and a comprehensive manner, rather than to address just one component of the value chain. So that said, I'd also like to say that positive, we have the policies in place which allows fungibility, which allows the different stakeholders to actually work together in an aligned manner. And I think all of us would agree that that is the way together. There is no one entity which can solve the entire problem. It is too complex. The other bit, totally agree with Mr. Sudarshan that it's been very, very challenging, even more so for the Tibet space. But we have all seen, whether to whatever limited extent, there has been use and acceptability of online training assessments, or even, I'd say, going forward, even to a certain extent, blended. So I'd like to stop there and hand it over to you for the next.
I think 2 points I took from what you said. The first point you said, this entire journey cannot be operated through silos. It has to be more through a relay race where the baton is handed in a very effective, seamless manner across. And second thing you said, there is a realization within the government or this thing, or in terms of policies, that skilling has to take upfront. It cannot continue in the same manner that education is. And you said online is a step in the right direction, but has to be used effectively. Coming to you, Mr. Neeraj Hans, you run a number of plants, and one of the challenges you would face is that technology in automobile is changing dramatically. In the requirements, the aspirations of companies, of the customers, and the type of technologies, and you run multiple products, multiple plants. How do you see what has happened in the last 2 years? Because you would need trained manpower. One is people new, and one is also reskilling people who already exist in your organization.
So thank you so much. Compliments to ASDC first of all for arranging this program after long time. We are meeting face to face. So I think we all remember 23rd March 2020, and then Janta lockdown, and then there was a lockdown at large. All of us were sitting at homes. Then slowly we were doing our bankings because people in the banking were made to work from home. Insurance as well. Slowly organizations also. The moment OEMs decided around June 2020, I think, that we would like to start our plants. So people like us who are into tier 1 industry, we have no other option but to go to our plants. So that time, first thing on the lighter note, we were also thinking, why can't we do work from home for manufacturing also? So on the serious note, this was a problem, but a good problem to handle. during that period. So on one side, this was a challenge of production. Second was all the people, all the labor class had moved. There was a mass mobility, we all know, from Delhi NCR area. So production to be done, but we don't have manpower. How to do, what to do. So I think this was a bigger challenge for people of HR also, operations also. How to mobilize the people to make them work in the office. We all, I think, geared up. We all did, but maybe we could not get the people up to 100% of our capacity or requirement. So we had certain percentage of people that time. So that time challenge was how to mobilize fresh people. Fortunately, we had some skilling center that time. People at our Sandhar or maybe other organizations. So we were running our skill centers, skill development centers. We were used to hire people who were train them and having put them on the job in the assembly area. We are into assembly business. So fortunately, we had some bank of people that time who had gone through that training. Some were employed with us, some were not. So our HR, we got into that phase that, okay, somehow we should gather all the people and put them on the job. So that was a scenario where we started from. And then slowly, our other activities, industry I'm talking, I think many of us are into digitization as well. Many of us are into conventional process also. So I think running the operations from manufacturing perspective purely I'm talking here. This was the scenario I think which was faced by most of the manufacturing industry tier 1. Coming to manpower, then coming to material. Similar was the case with our suppliers as well, tier 2. And tier 1 is somewhere in between OEMs and tier 2, where at least a sense of responsibility is there. Tier 2, I think we all know. Many of them are responsible as well, but many of them will say, raise their hand, sorry sir, we don't have manpower. Sorry sir, we don't have power. Sorry sir, we don't have X, Y, Z resource. How to do that? So even up to that level also, I think many of us had to go and manage their resources also, because we have to run the line of OEM for the end customer. These were few challenges we faced that time. So I hold here, but I look forward to the next thing. Thank you.
I think one thing Mr. Hans mentioned is one of the biggest challenge which came at that time was you couldn't do work from home obviously in production unless you had the advanced robots who could do it and you could just program them and send them instructions. But that's not a possibility. But I think one thing which you're saying is one was getting not the manpower, could not get the manpower, and others was how to get the new manpower and make them trained in the shortest possible time without compromising on efficiency and quality. And somehow they say, there's a saying in English, necessity is the mother of invention. And it probably came to the fore at that point of time. And these are things which have been learned. They're good lessons which have been learned in the last 2.5 years. And the date you mentioned, 23rd March, sir, we are sitting on 23rd September. So exactly 30 months down the line. I hope history does not repeat itself. That's something which you look positively. But I think this is something which has happened clearly. But one thing which was foxed from Mr. Han's side, I couldn't make out how many marks he's giving from what we have done in the others. I could clearly see they were in the 4-5 zone. Mr. Hans could qualify in the Indian Foreign Service, being very diplomatic. So that's a part of it. Now, let's move forward. You know, whatever has happened. COVID is hopefully, fortunately, should be behind us. There are certain learnings we are there. We need to remove them. Certain learning, some shortcomings, certain new practices to take up. But if we have to make a big change, and there's a big change being said that India is to become the world manufacturing hub, there's a China +1 opportunity waiting, the government wants to be Atmanirbhar, there are a lot of policies coming in, PLI and advanced thing, all is putting pressure back on manufacturing. So the market is large. It's not only domestic, it is international, it's large, it can be exported from here, plants can be set up. Now if we have to make a leapfrog, there's a growth of rate which is like the Hindu rate of growth, 3%, 4%, 5%. We don't want to do that. We want to leapfrog. So if we have to do this, there are various stakeholders. There is academia, there is industry, there are industry bodies, there are OEMs, auto ancillaries, so there are various stakeholders which are there, state governments. So I will starting with you. If we have to make the big leap forward, And I'm sure a lot of steps have been taken. From your perspective, what are the 3 clear steps which have been taken, and who are the ones who will take those steps?
As I mentioned, I think one of the most important thing would be for all the stakeholders to come together, mainly the industry and the academia, and work out a strategy how we can maximize the learning of the students when they are still students, so that when they are coming out of the institutes, they are really ready for the industry. I mean, for that, actually, there should be much more interaction between the academia and the industry, and also experts from industry should go to institutes to actually impart the skills what are required for them. That's the way it works in other developed countries. I am not able to understand why we can't adopt that. Actually, this industry-academia interaction has not changed much, because when I was a student, I never visited an industry. So things have improved to some extent, but still there's a lot to catch up with. And on the other side, we have SAE India, which has the Engineering Education Board, which often conducts some of the competitions for students like Baha, Supra, etc., where the student group works, conceives the product, then designs, also goes up to preparation of the prototype, which is actually run on specific test tracks to see whether it's able to meet the durability requirements, and various functional tests are there. So they get awards for the performance. So we understand from the auto industry that students who had participated in these events are doing much better. In the sense, even in the interviews also, they are able to actually perform better, and most of them get placed faster. So what I am trying to convey is that unless the students really experience the way things happen in the industry, they will not be able to actually understand things and mentally get tuned to that. And I fully agree with Mr. Sudarshan, who said that in addition to the technical skills, all other behavioral requirements are also very important. These competitions, what SAE India does, actually gives an opportunity to the students to work as a team, and also they teach us how to plan various activities, and also do whatever is assigned to each individual for development of various systems, which ultimately ends up as a product. So more and more things are required to be done, because I mean what SAE does is very minuscule compared to the number of engineers who are coming out.
So I think what Ivy said is, that the industry academy interface, whatever you may say, we have a lot of preaching, but in practice not much has moved forward. Things have moved forward, but a lot needs to be done in that area, and both sides have to take a role in this.
And also the other issue is what we discuss is mostly based on what's happening in big cities.
Okay.
There are engineering colleges all over India, and many of them, I mean, the condition of these colleges is very, very different compared to big institutes.
So what they're saying is
what was discussed in the panel one is basically mostly about Delhi type of places, what's happening.
So what you are saying is also that you can't make a specific policy or be just happy if something happens in, say, between Delhi and Delhi IIT, Delhi College Engineering. The India is vast, and thousands of engineering colleges are there, and there's a studies which varies that 60 to 80% of engineers who roll out don't deserve to be engineers. I mean, the statement's been made across. But second thing which he said very important is, we can keep students, but the point is, do we give them platforms of energizing, enthusing, enlightening them, so they get live projects? I'm sure they'll be interested. That's something which is clearly coming out. Mr. Sudarshan, from your perspective, how this has to be? I mean, you can't have what Mr. Ivy Rao said, that fresh training, okay, padh ke aage, let's start from zero. You can't start from ground level or even minus level. So what needs to be done And 2-3 steps, and there'll be various stakeholders. So what your expectation from the various stakeholders is?
Okay. First of all, there are quite a few challenges when it comes to the skilling ecosystem. First thing is the learners. Because as I said, engineering college is dropping down because we are not able to provide the quality of training. And also a lot of short-term skilling like what we talk about, the 6 months, one year courses. The learner's interest is not there. Maybe because of proper recognition, which we addressed in the previous panels also. Of course, NEP and NSQF levels and VOC are trying to address this, but still there is a stigma in terms of the skilling recognition in India, but that is being addressed. See, one of the interesting topic I heard, we all come from an era of industrial revolution. We all, where the boss is the king, there were few jobs. Okay, whatever the job I got into it and I tried to excel in that. But today, it's a big. After industrial revolution, it was information revolution. All IT people flourished, and now it is a social revolution. The learner has a choice now, what he wants to study. Maybe we can push EV is coming, you study, but he may not be interested in EV. He may be interested in something like or aerospace or something like that. So, the creating the learner's interest is number one. Number two is the infrastructure. Like we are talking about Make in India and semiconductor is coming, the iPhone manufacturers clouted in the south. So, how we are creating the infrastructure to enable proper training, whether proper infrastructure there to impart good technical skills to the students. That is number two. Number three is the trainers. That is the biggest challenge in the skilling ecosystem because the technology is changing so fast and we are all following so fast. How we train the trainers, that is going to be the biggest challenge. So we need to have a lot of action plan regarding these three areas. Then I think the skilling will be more productive.
Arun, I just want to add to what he said.
Yeah, sure.
The same thing what he mentioned just now about trainers applies to educational institutes also, where the level of people who are teaching is outdated.
Is it?
Outdated. Or in many cases, a fresh engineer passing out of the college becomes a lecturer. And so also the way of teaching, the methods used are still very, very old, and we are not catching up with so many digital platforms which have come. I mean, many of the colleges don't use all these facilities for imparting knowledge. And also students are very, a lot of interest in searching Google, etc. So we are not using all those facilities available or interests of the students to improve teaching methods.
So you know, one thing which I got from what Mr. Sudarshan said and Ivy said is, and I was trying to put in acronyms, there are 3 M's. There is a message, there is a medium, there is a method, there is a message, and there is a medium. And there is a messenger. So the messenger is the faculty, the medium is the way you communicate, the way you relate, whether it's digital on this thing, and the content is the message which is there. So all the 3 are important part of it, and you have to work on all 3 of it. Coming to you, Mr. Arjun, you know, you are focusing on, you've seen all it. As I said, I called you the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh in the beginning. You've seen industry, you've seen skilling development councils, and now you're working in a company which focuses on vocational education. You're heading that vertical. What has, from your perspective, you think has to change? Or what are things and who has to change it?
So, it's like the problem is like peeling an onion. There's so many layers. But I'd like to take forward what Mr. Sudarshan has just said and Mr. Rao by saying that going forward, there are 3 things which I think are important and need to be addressed. One is, and these are important from the lens of equity and access. So blended learning, to my mind, there is no stopping it, because that is the only way that people or youth across their country can get access to quality content, quality trainers, quality training, irrespective of whether or he or she is in Dibrugarh or Kottayam. That is one. And 2, with, as Mr. Sudarshan said, that today's youth wants to choose. He does not want to be directed to certain jobs or professions or careers. Blended learning allows him the opportunity to choose, and blended also allows hands-on, which is a critical component. The second piece, which also addresses equity, is credible assessment. There is no reason why someone who's from a tier 3 or tier 4 town or the village should be in any way less capable, less knowledgeable, less competent than a metro. And this can be addressed if there is uniformity in terms of assessment, so that the certification that they get is credible, and it really doesn't matter where you've studied or where you're from. And the final bit is collaboration. Across stakeholders, it's happening. You talked about industry and academia being east and west, but it's changing. If you look at Hero, Toyota, if you look at all these companies, they train, and they train just not for their own people. It's across industry. Even if you look at TCS, which is a technology company, is now venturing, because the management has decided that into vocational education. And we are working with academic partners, NTTF being a case in point. And just to end, even though we are a technology partner, it's the academic partner which is king. We have to make sure that we keep NTTF on the right side, and I thank NTTF for making it true even on this podium.
So, great, Mr. Ranjan, you talked of cooperation, collaboration, conciliation also is part of it, and less of conflict, you to avoid conflict, which is there. And the one thing you talked is blended education can be a great leveler in the market, in the industry, and that everybody has got the same opportunity. And also you are able to assess systems, assess the quality of education, or assess the people who are coming in. Because one of the things which I'm hearing is that 99% people pass, which is being very difficult. People getting 90% plus marks in boards, they don't know the fundamental subject. 100%. So he's correcting me, he's 100%. So there is something wrong. There has to be credible assessment also. And blended is something which you talked of important. And that collaboration effort has to come in clearly. Coming to Mr. Neeraj, there are 2 points I'd like to touch with you. One is clearly what steps to be taken. A lot of companies, and not a lot of companies, are focusing on skilling as a CSR activity. And I was just attending a board meeting of some NGO yesterday, and they said one of the problems of these companies is that they clear the CSR budget in October and they spend by March. It's like what you saw in Sholay. Asrani, aadhe daye, aadhe baye, baki mere piche. So I'm just trying to understand from the industry perspective what you think needs to be done.
So I'll speak purely from manufacturing perspective. I think we all know Europe, Americas all have 700 to 800 cars per 1,000 population. India, I think we are reeling around 20 or 30 cars per 1,000. So this shows the kind of scale or the requirement which is going to be generated in the country in the coming time. Already number 5, politics says number 3 also very soon. But how it is going to come? Capacity, when I say capacity, does not mean only putting plants. Capacity also means people. So the basic, I think, focus point should be things to do for me first would be to focus on our tier 2 or tier 3 industry. Because what is happening, technology is running very fast with OEMs. Tier 1 also trying to catch up with them to meet their requirement somehow. But in most cases, they are investing also, everything is happening. Training is also happening at their end, tier 1. But tier 2 somewhere seem to be left behind. I tried to draw a parallel of tier 2 industry with, I think one Mr. Rao said, the colleges quality in the remote areas, not like Delhi. Maybe what he was trying to convey is that we want to make EV here, but the colleges are studying there or teaching their steam engine. That's the kind of gap, I think, which we want to convey. So this is one. Second is the people who are already in the industry, working with tier 1 or wherever. I think apart from skilling or learning, important point here will be de-skilling and unlearning as well. Unless until we follow or we learn to, forget our past practices, the way it has been working, ऐसा चलता है, ये चलेगा. I think we have to get out of that approach. Most of the business in the last 1.5, 2 years we are witnessing people from Americas, Europe, they want India to develop to that level. But speed is not there in our countries. They will say that by the time we give our quotation or even our sample, by the time China or other countries will be delivering the mass production. That is the speed. Second is scale. I think scale comes from capacity, which I already touched upon.
So, 2-3 things which you very interestingly mentioned. We get all excited by what the OEMs are doing, the tier 1s are doing, which are somewhat able to manage to do. But the tier 2 are lost in the background, and your strength of the chain is the weakest link defines the strength of the chain. And you talked of speed and scale. And that's something which is lacking. And you say that the way technology is changing, the way the world is changing, you need to accelerate much faster. That's something which is there. We'll come to the last round, and this will be a very short, crisp round. You'll have to give bullet points only. And this will be like a rapid fire round. Nobody knows. I also don't know what question I'll ask. Don't get frightened. Somebody get frightened. I'm not like Karan Johar asking KL Rahul or Bumrah to get them into problems. That's not my objective. So you have to wear the hat of an OEM. IV, because you have worked in the last time. 3 things which OEMs have not done, they should start doing for accelerating the skilling process.
Again, I come back to the same point. They should allow more and more. I think OEMs should take lead in getting engineers, student engineers to come to their plants for vocational training. I think that's going to help them and also the students. I think that's one of the basic.
So proactively there, one is one. Second point?
Second point is the development projects or R&D projects, what an OEM does. He should actually take the educational institute, academia, for supporting them in development activities.
So IVR is saying one is clearly...
Which indirectly means that there should be much more
okay. So one is they are more open, they embrace, we are talking about embracing diversity, we should probably embracing students in our curriculum. And then is second point you said is in terms of being part of the process, which is the development process where they can be part of it.
The so-called vocational training for students in the industry, I would give a parallel like when you are studying medicine, the so-called house surgeons is a compulsory part
okay. So medical profession.
It should be similar to that. So unless one completes his training in any industry.
So these are some things which OEM should do. Now training organizations, and you have to be critical, Mr. Sudarshan, self-critical. 2-3 things new things which training organizations should do which they have not been doing.
Okay. One is forge industry collaboration. For everything they do, they should have an industry backup. That is number one. Without industry, they should not proceed.
Okay, no industry. So that's one thing.
And second is use digital platform much faster than what it is today, because the world is going to change. If you have a digital platform and industry backup, then you can conquer the world.
Okay.
So that is the thing.
So 2 things which he said. One is that use platforms which can really accelerate the entire process. And the first part you said is industry. Don't have training if you don't have clear industry perspective in mind. You can't exist in isolation. Mr. Ranjan, from your perspective, if independent agencies which like TCS wants to drive, and that's a major objective, what are 2 things it should do which is not doing?
I will not speak wearing my TCS hat.
Okay, okay, we will say all the consultancy company. TCS is just one, although I can't call it drop in the ocean because the largest IT company.
Just talk from point of industry.
Yeah.
Not, and I'll try to answer in bullet points. Since
bullet points,
One is engage with academia much more deeply.
That's
if
coming
you
out.
want good talent, you have to engage with academia. Number two, learning happens at the workplace. Allow more opportunities for apprenticeships. These would be two short.
So engagement, clear, strong engagement with academia and learning. There's a phrase which Ivy Rao will know better, Gamba, go to the spot and start acting. That's something which is very, very important. Sometimes we become armchair critics.
Right.
Like we are armchair critics here at this point of time. That's part of it. And coming to Mr. Neeraj, I mean, you have worn many hats, but from auto ancillary, because you said you have a problem. OEMs are making big demands and you are coping up with it. And tier 2, they are slow, like, they're frog in the well, they're not able to move, and I'm not blaming them. What are two things which an auto ancillary tier 1 companies can do to change the entire system? And now, since you're the last, one of the disadvantages you have, everybody's talked of engagement with academia and cutting students, so that cannot be your answer. So that's one thing when you come last on the speaking point.
So you have reduced my options, basically.
No. So brighter students options are given, tougher questions which are there.
So I think one option which I can't stop saying here, even if it has been done already, digitization is the main number one, I feel. Yeah, because we experienced it, we are finding the benefits. I think it should be the way forward.
Okay.
Number one, because normally all the data flows from, maybe on pen paper to Excel sheets and then presentation, which can have manipulations as well.
Okay.
But digitization gives you the real-time picture, whether it's a machine, whether it's an assembly line, whether wherever you have. And if you get the real data, you can find the real problem and real solution as well, to not to manipulate
So
the.
digitization being the democratization of data, if I have to say so.
We can say that.
That's okay.
Second is, I think, skilling. Skilling at every level.
So,
skilling for even cobots. Because what is happening, we are putting a lot of technologies everywhere. But somewhere we are trying to keep technology isolated from the people.
So
technology implementation along with the people. People should be made friendly with the technology. That's why the word called cobot has come.
Okay.
So I think technology along with the people.
So
Then only it can make sense.
Ivy, you wanted to add something just to add up?
Totally different point. One point which I missed mentioning was now many students are not looking for an external job, but they want to become entrepreneurs.
Exactly.
So whatever interaction I have with startups, one of the major gaps I find is, though they have a very bright idea and they are able to see it in physical form, they really don't know what all steps they need to do to take it to the market. I think that's a big gap.
So that's
I think there has to be some training course or something which would actually make these startups very clear about various steps to reach the
that's
market.
a very good point you answered. A lot of startups have a lot of energy, enthusiasm, a lot of ideas, but somehow they don't know the ideas. Some may be theoretical, some are practical, but how to ignite them and how to put them into action. That's
The various steps to go to the market.
So you know to know the stepping
They
stones.
think the day they see a physical form of their concept, they can go to the market, which is not so.
Mr. Neeraj Hans mentioned, skilling. So I was reminded by an old Hindi movie, 5-10 years back, Vidya Balan, entertainment.
So skilling is a new entertainment now. You can put it like that.
So skilling is the new entertainment which is there. So very well said. We are just running out of time, but we'll take 3-4 questions. I hope you put them on a challenging questions should be there. Short questions, crisp questions, and directed on the topic of discussion. I saw somebody discussing hydrogen fuel in the last topic. So I don't want that question. Yeah, short question, and I'll pass it to the panelists who are relevant and the short answer. Because then we can take more questions.
Hi, good afternoon. I have a question to Mr. Neeraj.
Mr. Neeraj.
In the industry, you people talk about skilling, right? Skilling is the key. But I have an experience where I have met somebody senior in the HR in automobile industry. And what I have understood, I'm talking about not about engineers, I'm talking about the people who are basically on the shop floor in the factory, right? And most of those people are outsourced to contractors, large contractors, right? So organization with 5,000 people, they have outsourced 4,000 people or 1,000 people to 4 contractors. And for those HR heads, those people do not matter at all. Because they say that's a problem of a contractor to get that person on board, right? And what type of skills they have, we don't care, that is his problem. So when you are not, that contractor itself is not aligned with the skilling part. So how you will get the skilled people?
So I think the question is saying what you outsource doesn't mean you abdicate. So how will you ensure that?
Yeah. So I can talk about the industry which I belong to.
Just a short answer.
Yeah. So what we have done, we have changed the route. The hiring of the contractual people by the contractor will be done through the Sandhar Skill Development Center, which we have, and we hire almost 30 people every month. We train them after a theoretical plus practical thing, and then people will route through that route only for the contractor. Contractor is only a medium for me, not a source.
Very well said. I think it has to be. And you
So somewhere it had to start. We started it almost 2018. So initially maybe ratio was less, but now we have bigger
Mr. Hans,
ratio
I
with
think
the
more
trade.
companies should be doing it. Only your company is doing it, or more companies are doing it?
I'm sure must be doing it, which Arindam will know.
Come to the second question. Yeah, gentleman there. Just short question.
I hope it helps to answer your question.
Yeah, I think he's answered it. You answered it. Second question, you can direct the question to anybody you want.
So it's a general question to everybody.
Okay.
So one of the observation that you mentioned about was the employability. I think we are 2 years behind. Reason being, a recent observation that I have made while I have been trying to hire people from fresh graduates. What has essentially happened, engineers who need practical exposure, they have lacked in that greatly because they have not got exposure in past 2 years because of the COVID restrictions. Coincidentally and unfortunately, this happened predominantly during the time where they are basically supposed to go through the industrial training and things like that. So what has essentially happened is these guys who were in 3rd and 4th year, they have even fallen back from the basic education that they would have got having the industry exposure. So it's a different set of problem which nobody has been prepared. One was employability. Another thing is that now even employability is a challenge because freshers, they don't know the basics also.
So, Mr. Sudarshan, I'll come to you on this question. I think he's saying the last 2 years caused more de-skilling than skilling.
I got it. Can you hear me? Yeah, I got that point. Yeah. There are two things. One, I have seen from our perspective, the industries are taking care of this. What they have done, several companies have approached us. These are the engineers we are hiring. They lack these skills. Can you train them, give it back to us? So we have given them the practical exposure. This is one approach. The second approach, what academia or colleges can do, what we have done, even though after they passed out. So we have offered them an upskilling or a reskilling opportunity where they can come and learn what they have missed. So this is the responsibility of both academia and industry to fill this gap. We should recognize and fill this gap.
I think a very relevant question he raised that you can't forget those people 2 years. Any more questions? Yeah, there was one more question. Yes, the gentleman. Yeah, please. Please hand him the mic fast so that he can. Now we are talking about the speed of handing the mic also here now.
Hello, greetings to everyone present here first of all. And complimenting that as soon as we identify the need, we usually have a QP ready, right? Like within a very short period of time. Now just from somebody who's just curious enough, and I come from a little marketing and psychology background, I understand the B2C side of things as well, the end user. One problem or rather observation that I've identified is, yes, we have a lot of QPs which are industry relevant. The end user has actually no idea that all these schemes exist. Plus, at the same time, when we design those QPs, we don't really understand, who will take it, who are we designing it for, and the communication is not really decided yet. So, from the B2C side, I think fundamentally speaking, timeless lessons, why somebody joins in a job is either for earning or learning. Another part is their intent of doing it. If, like for earning, it's usually low intent of that particular subject. Versus if somebody wants to really learn, it's very high intent. I would just love to know your opinion on the same.
Or Mr. Ranjan, you'd like to take this question? Because, people don't know the path clear. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. Anybody can take the question.
Sorry, I lost the question halfway through. But in the interest of time, I'd just like to say, you talked about what I understood, the different QPs and not having understanding. I'd just like to say that we've come a long way collectively to at least defining job roles and what is the knowledge and competency required for each. This is the minimum. The QP is actually a minimum. And then it depends on the individual and organization how much of a plus plus that he or she or the company would like in addition to what is the essential component. I don't know whether I've answered your question, but an attempt nevertheless.
You're saying that the role is defined and what is required for that role is clearly this thing, and then assessment has to follow so that clarity is there. That's what.
I think so, just one suggestion, the B2C side has no idea there are all these QPs that they can be a part of.
Okay.
So if we can have a little bit of awareness on the side.
So dissemination of information is a very important thing.
Absolutely.
To the right target audience.
Absolutely.
We'll come to the last question if anybody has. Anybody has or no, we'll call it a day. So we have 3 questions, so we'll call it a day, but first of all, I'd like to thank the audience for being so involved, and we had some very good questions. And my panelists who did put up with my cranky questions and put them in a comfortable zone. So I think the point which is coming out very clearly is this war of skilling, for effective skilling, for employability, for efficiency can only be won when all stakeholders do jointly, and also you learn from your past mistakes and have a pace and a scale which has to follow. And that's something which was there. There is a lens of positivity which is there, but there is a long way to go, and I'll just end with a quote. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have many promises to keep before we sleep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this very, very wonderful session. It was a very interesting topic and we had a very interesting conversation. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions, but we'll take them offline. As of now, may I please invite on stage Mr. Bimal Kumar, Director, Sales and Marketing, CNH Industrial, to please come up and give a token of appreciation to our amazingly wonderful panelists. May we thank our moderator, Mr. Arun Kumar Malhotra, on the panel, Mr. B.V. Sudarshan, Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, Mr. I.V. Rao, and Mr. Neeraj Hans. Gentlemen, thank you once again for being with us today. Can we have a group photograph together along with your mementos, please? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Up next, we have an award ceremony for the ASDC partners. And to hand over the awards to do the honors, may I please invite on stage our dignitaries, Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, and Mr. Anupam Srivastav. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the felicitation of world skills competitors and experts. I'll be first telling you the name of the category, and then we have the nominations, and then I'm going to announce the winner out of the nominations. So starting with the Excellence Award with the Training Partner Industry Project. The nominations are EduTech NTTF India Private Limited, Frosties India Private Limited, and Learnit Skills Limited. And the award goes to Learnit Skills Limited. Requesting Mr. Abhishek Singh to come on stage to receive this award. The next award is under the category of Training Partner Government Project. The nominations are ICA EduSkills Private Limited, Orion EduTech Private Limited, Venture Skill India Private Limited, GK Foundation, and Pathir Education Private Limited. And this award is backed by ICA EduSkills Private Limited. May I request Mr. Nitesh Chaurasia to come up on stage and receive the award. Up next is the award for third-party aggregators, NAPS, and the nominations are Yashasvi Academy for Skills, Yuva Shakti Foundation, Allied Resource Management Services India Private Limited, Prerna Engineering Education Group Private Limited, Edu Vantage Private Limited. And the award goes to Yuva Shakti Foundation. May I invite Mr. Satish Pamar to receive the award. Up next is the Excellence Award for Establishment NAPS. The nominations are Mahindra & Mahindra, Minda Corporation Limited, Endurance Technologies, Varroc Engineering, and Bajaj Motors. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Inviting Mr. Babit Nayak to receive the award. Excellence Award category is Assessment Partner. The nominations are SP Institute of Workforce Development Private Limited, Eduvantage Private Limited, Mercer Metal, and Prima Competencies Private Limited. The award goes to Eduvantage Private Limited. Inviting Mr. Abhishek Pandit. next award category, High Impact Special Projects. The nominations are Trendsetters, Skill Assessors Private Limited, Timken India Limited and GIZ. And the award goes to GIZ, inviting Mr. Laghu Parashar. Up next is the Excellence Award for Master Trainer, and the nominations are Balakrishna Hanuman Deshpande, Vijay Gode, Sudhir Kumar Vishwakarma and Shubhankar De. And the award goes to Mr. Vijay Gode. Award is for Trainer and Accessor Training Academy, and the awardee nominations are AAMC Training India Private Limited, Tata Strive Center for Research and Industrial Staff Performance and Unifier Social Ventures Private Limited. The award is backed by AAMC Training India Private Limited, inviting Mr. Shubhankar De to receive the award. The nominations for Trainer in Excellence Award. The nominations are Sudhir Kumar Vishwakarma, Sanjeevan Rajkumar, Debashish Kumar Biswas, Jyoti Kumar Singh. And the Excellence Award Trainer Award goes to Mr. Sudhir Kumar Vishwakarma. The final Excellence Award is for the Accessor category, in which the nominations are Vishal Bhardwaj, Abhijit Kumar Singh, P. Venkatesh, Ravindra Vasan Gupte and Ratan Biswas. And the award for the Assessor in Excellence Award goes to Mr. Vishal Bhardwaj. Winners along with their mementos, their trophies to kindly come on stage. The last 10 award winners to please come on stage for a group photograph. Requesting the last 10 award winners to please come on stage along with their mementos. Learned Skills Limited, ICA Eduskills Private Limited, Yuva Shakti Foundation, Mahindra and Mahindra, Eduvantage Private Limited, GIZ, Mr. Vijay Gode, AAMC Training India, Mr. Sudhir Kumar Vishwakarma, Mr. Vishal Bhardwaj. Congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you, gentlemen, dignitaries, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. Once again, I will take this moment to thank our title sponsor, Castrol India Limited, platinum sponsor, Ascensive Educare Limited, Learn It Skills Limited, Yuva Shakti Foundation, Distill Education and Technology Private Limited, our gold partner, Exalta Coatings, KCG Institute of Technology, Royal Enfield, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, and TCS Ion. I would also like to thank our silver partners, Auto Cluster Bidar, Incatech Solutions Private Limited, DIY Guru Mobility Private Limited, Fuji Software Private Limited, Growth Source, Mahindra and Mahindra, SGRS Academic Private Limited, Soft Zeal Technology, Sukharta General Engineering Cluster Private Limited, the George Telegraph Training Institute, Toyota Kirloskar Motors, and Trendsetter Skills Accessors Private Limited. Thank you so much for your support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our next guest of honor. We would like to formally welcome Colonel A.K. Chandel, Vice President, NSDC, and Technical Delegate Assistant, World Skill India. May I request Mr. Arindam Lahiri to felicitate and formally welcome Colonel A.K. Chandel. Thank you for joining us today, sir. I would request Colonel A.K. Chandel to come to the podium and say a few words.
Good morning and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was most unexpected because Larry sir never told me what is the format like. I've just come after, sorry for missing out few words. I'm come with 4 sleepless nights because we just finished the send-off ceremony and the team building for the World Skills team, which is starting to leave from the 30th of September to 12 countries, 20 international cities, participating in 52 skills. And it is very fortunate for India that our first skill fell on 3rd of September in Bern, Switzerland, and our fellow competitor Likhit, under the leadership of his expert Mr. Bhaskar Sen from Toyota India, Bangalore, he has got us the first medal, bronze, for India. And that has set tone to my 51 other competitors, 57 other competitors in 51 skills. Few of the skills are in pair. And we had a send-off ceremony yesterday in National Media Center, felicitated by the Minister. And we all look forward to your good wishes. We are going all across the globe, starting from Germany, Switzerland, France, Finland, Austria, Denmark, Sweden, Luxembourg, South Korea, Japan. 12 countries. The World Skill Competition usually happens in one place, like Olympic. It was supposed to happen in China, in Shanghai, from 12th to 17th of the October, but they declared a total lockdown. So the World Skills International, which is a virtual body, sits in Netherlands, they decided and they offered that it should be done for a competitor's experience and with the same status as the 46th edition of the World Skills Competition 2022, which will now happen in 15 countries out in 65 skills. India is participating in 52 skills and which are happening in 12 countries and 20 cities. I look forward to your good wishes and lots of good wishes as I also leave on the 30th to lead the team and the Indian contingent. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, and we congratulate you as well as all those who make India proud. Well, we already have Colonel A.K. Chandel with us. I would request Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Mr. Venkesh Gulati, and Mr. Arindam Leri to join him on stage. It's time to now felicitate the world skills competitors and experts. Starting off with the felicitation, first up, auto body repair skill calling together. Competition to be hosted in Bern, Switzerland. Competitor is Mr. Sonu, chief expert Mr. Dhaval Rajput. Special thanks to Maruti Suzuki India Limited and Carolina for supporting us in India Skills and World Skills competition and training. It's a very, very proud moment for all of us. Of applause, तालियों में कंजूसी नहीं होनी चाहिए. Up next is the category for automobile technology skill. Competition to be hosted in Dresden, Germany. The competitor is Mohammad Salman Ansari and the expert is Mr. Prasanna Samil. Mahindra and Mahindra for supporting us in India Skills and World Skills competition and training. The final felicitation for car painting skill. Competition to be hosted in Silkeborg, Denmark. Competitor is Mr. Prakash Sharma and Deputy Chief Expert is Mr. Ajay Ram. Best wishes to all of you. Make us proud, make our country proud. Thank you, Colonel Chandel. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Gulati. I would request Mr. Arindam Leri to stay back on stage. Rest of you gentlemen, thank you so much for doing the honors. May I also invite on stage Mr. Piyush Garg, CFO ASDC. We would like to present a small memento as a token of appreciation to our sponsors without whom this day would not have been possible. We would like to invite a representative from our gold sponsor, TCS Ion. Can we please put our hands together for our sponsors, please? We would like to thank our gold sponsors, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. May we thank our gold sponsor, Royal Enfield. Thanking our gold sponsor, KCG Institute of Technology. Thanking our gold sponsors, Exalta Coatings. We'd now like to thank our platinum sponsor, Distill Education and Technology Private Limited. Thanking our platinum sponsor, Yuva Shakti Foundation. May we thank our platinum sponsor, Learn It Skills Limited. Thanking our platinum sponsor, Essensive Educare Limited. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a big thank you to our title sponsor, Castrol India Limited. Thank you to all the sponsors once again. Thank you, Mr. Leddy, for doing the honors. I would request Mr. Piyush Garg to kindly stay back and deliver a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It's an enlightening day to have such wonderful guests of honor. Mr. S.P. Baniwal, IPS Special Commissioner of Police Delhi, Dr. N.S. Kalsi, Chairperson NCVET, Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, Director, Development Partnership Administration, Ministry of External Affairs, distinguished guests, Mr. Vinod Agrawal, President ASDC, and Managing Director of VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC, Chairman Research and Academy of FADA, and all the dignitaries and training partners who joined from all around the country to help us in making this event a success after 2-year break because of the historic COVID-19. And also, we are honored to have such wonderful sponsors like Castrol India, Ascensive Education Educare Limited, Distill Education and Technology Private Limited, Learned Skills for Life, Yuva Shakti Foundation, Exalta, KCG College of Technology, Royal Enfield, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, TCS Ion, DIY Guru, Engineering Cluster Pune, George Telegraph, Growth Source, SGRS Academic Private Limited, Incatech, Mahindra Sports Utility Vehicle, Softzeal, Toyota, Toyota Benchmarking Skills, Webel and Media Partners, Autocar Professionals, Express Mobility, Aapki Baat, DD National, Carrap, and Skill Reporter, who all have supported to take this conclave to the next level year after year. Thank you all. And special thanks to all the members, venue partners, and GC members for their continuous support. And I'm sure that all of our training partners were excited to attend this event, and thus wishing the awardees of all the very best for their bright and skilled future ahead. We are pleased to hear all the discussions about doubts, challenges, and suggestions, and believe that our goal of organizing this event has been accomplished. And we will continue to organize such events in future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the closing remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we put the curtains down to this evening, I request everyone to please rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May I now call the entire ASDC staff team for the group photograph? All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of this day with us. This day would not have been successful, would not have been a memory without each one of you. So thank you so much, each one of you, for making the ASTC Annual Conclave a success one. We hope to see you soon again, face to face next year. Till then, you please join us for tea and coffee and over some interesting conversations. Do not to fill the feedback forms. You can access your QR code for annual report and KPMG white paper. Your feedback is very important for us. ASDC staff requesting you to come on stage for a group photograph with big, big smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, reminding you all once again, for the feedback, you can access the QR code on your land card.